Boston in the early 1960s was a city balancing between tradition and change. Known for its historic neighborhoods, thriving universities, and proud working class communities, it was a place where old world values mixed with the challenges of a modernizing America. Families walked cobblestone streets, corner stores bustled with daily chatter, and neighborhoods fostered a sense of familiarity. But underneath this surface of normalcy, Boston, like much of the nation, was grappling with deep social transitions. The early 1960s were a time of rising crime rates across the United States. While Boston was far from the crime capitals of New York or Chicago, there was still a growing sense of unease in urban centers. Women, in particular, were beginning to claim more independence, working, living alone, and pursuing personal freedoms in ways not as common just a decade earlier. This independence was celebrated by some, but it also made women more vulnerable to dangers in a society where police practices and forensic tools were not as advanced as today. Boston was a city of contrast. On one side stood Beacon Hill and Back Bay, elegant neighborhoods that symbolized wealth and history. On the other were Roxbury, Dorchester, and other working class areas where life was harder, but communities remained tightly knit. The city's population was diverse, with Irish, Italian, African American, and immigrant communities all contributing to its unique character. By day, the streets were lively and full of promise. By night, they carried shadows that seemed to stretch longer as whispers of crime began to stir. It was against this backdrop that fear would soon take root. In 1962, the city would be shaken by a string of brutal murders unlike anything it had ever seen. Women, many of them living alone, were strangled in their own apartments. The crimes bore a chilling consistency, a violation of safety, a grotesque signature, and an eerie absence of forced entry. Boston, a city used to political battles and neighborhood rivalries, suddenly found itself facing an enemy that was invisible, unpredictable, and terrifying. To understand the weight of what came to be known as the Boston Strangler case, one must first understand how vulnerable the city was in those years. Doors were often left unlocked. Neighbors trusted each other, and there was little thought given to the kind of calculated predator who would exploit this openness. The murders were not just crimes. They were a violation of Boston's very sense of security. The news media of the time played a central role in shaping public perception. Headlines screamed of "Mad Strangler stalking Boston," and each new murder was reported with sensational urgency. The fear was contagious. Women rushed to hardware stores to buy new locks. Self-defense classes, once a rarity, began to appear. Even simple daily routines, walking home, grocery shopping, answering a knock at the door, were suddenly tainted by suspicion. Police, too, felt the pressure. The Boston Police Department, already stretched thin, had never faced a case of this magnitude. Detectives worked tirelessly, but the murders seemed to outpace their efforts. Each crime scene was a puzzle, each victim a tragic reminder of their inability to stop the terror. Forensic science in the early 1960s was rudimentary compared to today. DNA analysis did not exist. Fingerprint databases were limited, and psychological profiling was still in its infancy. Investigators relied on shoe, leather police work, interviews, neighborhood sweeps, and gut instinct. But this was a case that defied instinct, one that seemed to mock every attempt at logic. Boston's women were not just victims. They were symbols of the era's vulnerability. The early victims were elderly women, often living alone. They were strangled with articles of their own clothing, sometimes arranged in grotesque bows around their necks. Later victims would be younger, their murders even more brutal. This escalation shocked investigators and blurred the profile of the killer. Was he targeting the elderly because they were easy prey? Or was there a deeper psychological motive at play? The city itself began to feel smaller, as though every apartment, every stairwell, every shadow could be hiding the strangler. Rumors spread quickly. Some believed there were multiple killers. Others whispered about organized crime connections. Every unexplained death, every suspicious man seen lurking in a hallway was folded into the growing hysteria. The Boston Strangler case was not just about murder. It was about the erosion of trust. Trust in neighbors, trust in safety, trust in the police. It was about the slow realization that evil could walk the same streets, climb the same staircases, and knock on the same doors as ordinary citizens. This loss of innocence would haunt Boston for decades to come. As 1962 turned into 1963, the killings multiplied. Investigators struggled to find a common thread, while the press painted the Strangler as a near, mythical predator. Clever, elusive, unstoppable. Boston had faced crisis before, but this was different. This was personal. Every woman in the city could be a target, and every man could be a suspect. The story of the Boston Strangler begins not just with murder, but with a city learning to live in fear. It begins in the quiet apartments of women who never expected violence to invade their homes. And it begins with an investigation that would test the very limits of police work, forensic science, and public trust. This was not simply the tale of a killer. It was the story of a city under siege, of justice pursued and sometimes derailed, and of questions that would linger long after the murders stopped. In the chapters that follow, we will journey into the dark corridors of Boston's history, unraveling not only the crimes themselves, but the human stories entwined within them. The lives lost, the families shattered, the investigators consumed, and the society forever changed. The Boston Strangler was more than a killer. He was a symbol of fear, of mystery, and of the hidden darkness that can lie behind any door. In the summer of 1962, Boston was alive with warmth and routine. Families flocked to the beaches of Revere. Neighborhoods gathered for barbecues, and the Red Sox, though struggling, remained a constant backdrop for conversation. But beneath this ordinary rhythm, an unsettling current was beginning to stir. It started quietly, one death, then another. At first, the crimes seemed isolated, tragic perhaps, but not unusual for a city where crime was an unfortunate reality. Yet, soon the similarities became too stark to ignore. The first victim was Anna Sleezers, a 55-year-old Latvian immigrant living in Boston's Back Bay neighborhood. On June 14, 1962, her body was discovered in her apartment by her son. Anna had been strangled with the belt of her bathrobe. The detail was grotesque, but what disturbed police most was the way the belt was tied. It was knotted into a bow, a chilling, almost taunting signature. At first, detectives thought the murder might be a crime of passion, or perhaps the work of a burglar surprised during a robbery. But the apartment showed no signs of forced entry. Anna had likely let her killer in. Just weeks later, another murder shook the city. Mary Mullen, 85 years old, was found dead in her home. At first glance, her death seemed natural, perhaps a heart attack. But upon closer examination, investigators began to suspect that she too had been strangled. Mary was elderly and frail, hardly a threat to anyone. Why would someone kill her? More importantly, was this death connected to Anna's? The police were cautious. 2 deaths, both women, both alone in their apartments. It was troubling, but Boston had seen crime before. Yet the pattern did not stop. It continued with increasing horror. On June 28, Nina Nichols, a 68-year-old woman, was discovered in her Boston apartment. She had been strangled with her own stockings, again tied into an obscene bow. The very next day, June 30, another victim was found, Helen Blake, 65 years old, strangled with her nylon stockings. Like the others, the killer had tied a bow around her neck, as if mocking both the victim and the investigators. The city began to whisper. 4 women, all murdered within weeks, all strangled, all alone in their homes, and all with ligatures tied in bows, as though the killer wanted to leave a calling card. Boston had never seen anything like this. The police, now forced to acknowledge the connection, scrambled to reassure the public while racing to find answers. Detectives canvassed neighborhoods, questioning neighbors and landlords. Who had been seen entering the buildings? Who might the women have trusted enough to open the door for? The lack of forced entry was especially chilling. It suggested that the killer was either someone the victims knew, or someone with the uncanny ability to gain their trust in seconds. The newspapers picked up the story quickly. Headlines warned of a strangler on the loose. Fear spread from one neighborhood to another. Women, especially those living alone, began to feel a creeping paranoia. Doors that were once left unlocked at night were now secured with multiple locks and chains. Still, the murders did not stop. On August 21, Ida Irga, 75 years old, was found strangled in her apartment. The very next day, August 22, another victim, Jane Sullivan, 67, was discovered. She had been strangled with a piece of cloth and left in her bathtub. The killer's ability to strike repeatedly, with no clear pattern in location, but a terrifying consistency in method, baffled investigators. By now, Boston was in a state of quiet panic. The victims all fit a certain profile: older women, living alone, attacked in their own homes. But the killer's pattern was about to change, making the case even more perplexing. As the summer turned to fall, the murders seemed to slow. Weeks passed without new victims, and some hoped that perhaps the killer had moved on or been arrested for another crime. But this hope would soon be shattered. On December 5th, 1962, the city was stunned again when Sophie Clark, a 20-year-old African-American woman, was murdered in her apartment. Unlike the previous victims, Sophie was young, vibrant, and full of promise. She was a student, not an elderly woman living in isolation. The change in victim profile was shocking. Sophie had been strangled with her own stockings, the bow once again present. Detectives were now left with a terrifying possibility. The killer was evolving, broadening his targets, and becoming even less predictable. The escalation made one fact clear. Boston was not facing a random series of crimes. This was a serial killer, calculated and cruel, moving through the city with ease. The press dubbed him the Boston Strangler. For investigators, the first murders raised more questions than answers. How was the killer gaining access? Was he posing as a repairman, a delivery worker, or even a trusted neighbor? Why did he choose these specific women? And what did the bows mean? Were they simply a macabre flourish, or did they signify something deeper about his psychology? Boston, a city used to political battles and social struggles, was now learning the unique terror of living with an unseen predator. The Strangler had struck multiple times in just a few months, and there was no telling when or where he would strike again. The murders of 1962 were only the beginning of a reign of terror that would stretch over the next 2 years, leaving 13 women dead, a city traumatized, and investigators chasing a shadow that always seemed just one step ahead. The first murders set the tone sudden, brutal and deeply personal. They showed that the Strangler was not just a killer, but a manipulator of fear. By killing women in their own homes, he attacked the very notion of safety itself. No lock seemed strong enough, no neighborhood secure enough. The bow around each victim's neck became more than just a signature. It became a symbol of the killer's power, a reminder that he controlled the narrative, and that the city could only wait helplessly for him to strike again. By late 1962, Boston was no longer the city it had been just months earlier. Once known for its lively neighborhoods, intellectual pride, and sense of community, it now lived under the shadow of a predator whose name was whispered in every diner, classroom, and barroom. The Boston Strangler had become more than a figure of speculation. He was the embodiment of dread, and his presence lingered over the city like a fog that would not lift. Fear spread like wildfire. For women, especially those living alone, the murders felt deeply personal. Each new headline reminded them that the victims had been ordinary women, mothers, daughters, grandmothers, students, going about their daily lives in places they should have been safest. The killer did not strike in dark alleys or deserted parks. He struck inside homes, behind locked doors. The realization was horrifying. If the Strangler could get to them, he could get to anyone. Boston police tried to calm the public with reassurances that they were working tirelessly, but each new murder undermined their words. The newspapers, meanwhile, fed the fear with sensational headlines. IKJIN screamed from front pages. Radio stations carried hourly updates, and neighbors began calling each other, not for gossip, but for survival tips. Women were told not to answer the door to strangers, not to walk home alone, not to leave windows open, and not to assume that a familiar face was safe. Hardware stores reported a surge in sales of locks, chains, and bolts. Locksmiths worked overtime as terrified women requested double and even triple locks on their doors. Apartment managers were flooded with demands for added security measures. In neighborhoods that once felt close-knit, suspicion replaced trust. A man walking down a hallway, a knock on the door, or even the sound of footsteps on the stairs was enough to send chills down spines. Some women began sleeping with kitchen knives under their pillows. Others moved in with friends or relatives, abandoning their apartments out of sheer fear. College students like Sophie Clark's classmates suddenly found their routines shattered. Parties ended earlier, friendships grew tighter, and caution became a way of life. For men, the fear manifested differently. While many were sympathetic and protective, others became defensive, even angry, at the suspicion that hovered over them. Police questioned boyfriends, landlords, and delivery workers. Anyone who had access to women's apartments became a potential suspect. The killer's ability to gain entry without force made every plumber, mailman, or handyman a figure of suspicion. The city's police force faced unprecedented pressure. Detectives worked long hours, chasing leads that often evaporated into nothing. Each crime scene was combed for clues, but the forensic limitations of the era left investigators frustrated. Without DNA analysis, without advanced surveillance, and with only rudimentary psychological profiling, the Strangler seemed to exist in a space beyond their reach. He was always gone before they arrived, leaving only lifeless bodies and mocking bows as evidence. Boston's mayor and police commissioner held press conferences, promising justice. But their words could not compete with the killer's actions. The Strangler had seized control of the city's imagination, dictating the rhythm of fear. When weeks passed without a killing, hope flickered. But when another victim was found, the panic reignited, stronger than before. The murders also reshaped social behavior. Women who once lived independently began to reconsider. Parents urged daughters to move back home. Women traveling through the city chose cabs over walking, even in daylight. Apartment buildings that had seemed safe now felt like traps. Each stairwell, each darkened corridor, carried a new weight of terror. The Catholic Church, deeply influential in Boston at the time, even addressed the crimes in sermons. Priests urged women to be cautious, to rely on faith, and to remember that evil could lurk anywhere. But sermons offered little comfort to those who knew the Strangler was still free. Boston's press, while feeding the fear, also became a partner in the investigation. Newspapers published composite sketches, reported on police theories, and asked the public for tips. But they also sensationalized the killings, sometimes printing lurid details that only deepened public hysteria. The balance between informing and terrifying was thin, and the Strangler case crossed it often. In homes across the city, conversations shifted. Mothers reminded daughters not to trust strangers. Neighbors who once left keys with each other now kept them hidden. Friendships strained under suspicion, and men felt scrutinized in ways they had never experienced. The Strangler was not just killing women. He was dismantling the social fabric of Boston. The psychological toll was immense. Fear infiltrated dreams, disrupted work, and altered daily routines. Even those who had never met the victims felt connected to them, united by vulnerability. For the first time, many women realized just how exposed they were in a society not built to protect them. The murders were not only acts of violence, they were acts of control, reminders that a single predator could shift the balance of an entire city. As 1962 gave way to 1963, Boston existed in a state of high alert. Each knock at the door carried danger. Each shadow in a hallway suggested menace. And each unsolved murder reinforced the belief that the killer was still out there, watching, waiting. The Boston Strangler was no longer just a criminal. He was a phantom in the city's consciousness, a nightmare made real, and a force that transformed ordinary life into a daily struggle with fear. The next chapter in this dark saga would bring even more complexity. The killer's choice of victims would change, his methods would evolve, and investigators would face a challenge unlike any they had ever seen. For Boston, the fear was only beginning. By the end of 1962, the Boston Police Department found itself in the middle of the most unsettling crime wave in the city's modern history. The pattern of murders was undeniable. The press had christened the unknown assailant the Boston Strangler, and the public demanded answers. For the officers and detectives on the case, the pressure was crushing. The early murders had caught the police off guard. The victims, many of them elderly women, had died in their own homes with no sign of forced entry. That detail alone baffled investigators. It suggested that the killer was either someone the victims knew or someone who had perfected the art of gaining trust at the door. Detectives theorized he might be posing as a deliveryman, a maintenance worker, or even a handyman. Yet, despite countless interviews and neighborhood sweeps, no clear suspect emerged. At crime scenes, officers searched for fingerprints, fibers, or any physical evidence, but the technology of the 1960s limited what they could do. DNA analysis was decades away, and forensic science relied heavily on fingerprints, blood typing, and shoe print comparisons. The killer seemed to understand this, or at least benefited from it. He left behind little that could be traced. The bows tied around the victims' necks became the most consistent clue, a grotesque flourish that hinted at ritual or obsession. Police strategy at first was scattered. Homicide detectives worked individual cases rather than coordinating efforts into a centralized task force. As the body count grew, this lack of organization became a serious weakness. Vital information was lost in paperwork, leads were duplicated, and communication gaps left detectives chasing the same false trails over and over again. The commissioner, Edmund McNamara, faced intense criticism. Citizens demanded visible progress. Yet every new murder was proof that the killer remained at large. The press amplified the criticism, portraying the police as powerless, even incompetent. Officers bristled at the coverage, but privately. Many admitted they were facing a criminal unlike any they had ever pursued. Interviews became the backbone of the investigation. Detectives went door to door in neighborhoods where murders had occurred. They questioned landlords, repairmen, milkmen, and neighbors. Hundreds of men were interviewed, and dozens of suspects were brought in for questioning. Yet none could be tied directly to the crimes. Each time a suspect was eliminated, frustration deepened. The killer seemed to vanish as easily as he appeared. There was also tension between the police and outside experts. Criminology as a modern science was still developing. The idea of psychological profiling, which would later become a cornerstone of serial killer investigations, was in its infancy. Some psychiatrists speculated that the killer was driven by sexual compulsion, that the bows around the victim's necks symbolized humiliation or mockery. Others suggested he was experimenting, escalating his violence as he grew bolder. But to detectives on the ground, these theories felt abstract. What they needed was a name, a face, an arrest. The pressure led to mistakes. In the rush to calm the public, police sometimes arrested men on thin evidence, hoping that sheer presence might stop the murders. But when killings continued, these arrests looked like desperation. Each false lead only eroded public trust further. Meanwhile, women across Boston were growing impatient with reassurances. Neighborhood watch groups began to form. Women walked in pairs, checked on one another, and avoided answering knocks at the door unless they were absolutely certain of the visitor's identity. Police encouraged these precautions, but the very need for them underscored how little control the department truly had over the situation. Detectives also struggled with jurisdictional boundaries. Some of the murders occurred within the city limits, others in nearby towns. Coordinating between Boston police, state police, and suburban departments created bureaucratic hurdles. Important evidence sometimes moved slowly, delayed by paperwork and inter-agency rivalries. In hindsight, this fragmentation was one of the greatest weaknesses of the investigation. Despite the chaos, there were moments of determined professionalism. Officers worked grueling hours, often at the expense of their own families. Detectives revisited crime scenes repeatedly, looking for details they might have missed. Sketch artists worked with neighbors to create vague portraits of suspicious men seen near apartment buildings. Patrolmen increased their presence in vulnerable neighborhoods, hoping to deter the killer or at least reassure residents. Yet the Strangler remained elusive. Each time investigators thought they had a breakthrough, another body was discovered, often in a different neighborhood, often with a chilling variation on the same theme. The killer was unpredictable enough to keep detectives guessing, but consistent enough to make clear that it was the work of one man, or at least someone who wanted the world to believe it was. The case also exposed the limitations of 1960s policing in the face of a new kind of criminal. Serial murderers, as a recognized category, were not yet fully understood. Investigators were accustomed to crimes of passion, gang violence, or robberies gone wrong. The Boston Strangler represented something different, a predator who killed for reasons beyond money or immediate gain. His motives were psychological, even pathological, and that made him harder to anticipate. As 1963 began, the police force was wary but determined. They had increased manpower on the case, streamlined some communication, and were beginning to take the idea of a centralized investigation more seriously. But the killer's shift in victim profile, from elderly women to younger victims, like Sophie Clark, meant that old theories had to be discarded. The Strangler was not just targeting the weak or vulnerable. He was evolving, and the police had to evolve with him. The department's failures during these early months left scars. Public confidence waned, and the perception of Boston as a city under siege became more entrenched. For investigators, each unsolved murder was both a personal and professional blow. They knew that until they caught the Strangler, every woman in Boston remained at risk. The early police response to the Boston Strangler murders was marked by confusion, determination, and frustration. It revealed the limits of mid-20th century policing and set the stage for a long, grueling manhunt that would consume the city's attention for years to come. But for all their efforts, the murders continued, and with each victim, the Strangler seemed to grow bolder, slipping past the reach of the law, leaving only fear in his wake. To understand why the Boston Strangler investigation proved so difficult, one must first understand the state of forensic science in the early 1960s. Today, we take for granted advanced tools like DNA profiling, computerized fingerprint databases, and digital surveillance. But in the Strangler era, investigators were working with methods that seem primitive by comparison. The limitations of the time gave the killer an advantage he may not have even fully realized, allowing him to evade capture while leaving behind what felt like a deliberate signature. In the early 1960s, the backbone of forensic investigation was fingerprint analysis. Crime scene technicians carefully dusted surfaces with powder, hoping to reveal usable prints. But the process was inconsistent. Surfaces had to be smooth and clean, the prints themselves distinct. Smudges, partials, or prints left on fabric were often useless. Even when prints were collected, the comparison process was done by hand, requiring experts to manually examine ridges under magnification. There was no computerized system to match fingerprints across jurisdictions. Unless a suspect's prints were already on file, they were little more than marks on paper. At the Strangler crime scenes, police collected numerous prints, but many belonged to the victims themselves, to visitors, or to workers who had legitimate reasons for being there. Sorting through them was time-consuming, and none could be definitively tied to an unknown killer. The most chilling detail left behind was not fingerprints, but the bows tied around the victims' necks. A haunting calling card that provided psychological insight, but little in the way of hard evidence. Blood analysis was another tool of the time. Investigators could determine a person's blood type, AB, or O, and sometimes match it to stains left at a crime scene. But blood typing was far from conclusive. Millions of people shared the same type, and unless the killer left a significant quantity of blood, the information did little to narrow the field of suspects. In the Strangler cases, the killer rarely injured himself or left blood behind. The murders were swift and clean, leaving few biological traces. Fiber analysis was still in its infancy. Technicians could examine threads under a microscope and note characteristics like color, weave, or material. But fibers could not be traced to a specific manufacturer with certainty, let alone to an individual's clothing. In several of the Boston Strangler murders, fibers from stockings, robes, or other household fabrics were present. But they were the very items used to kill the victims. Nothing about them pointed directly to the identity of the murderer. One of the greatest handicaps investigators faced was the absence of DNA technology. Today, a single strand of hair, a trace of saliva, or a microscopic flake of skin can reveal a suspect's genetic identity with near certainty. In the 1960s, such evidence was invisible to investigators. They could collect hairs or bodily fluids, but without the means to analyze them beyond broad categories. The evidence often sat in storage, frustratingly inconclusive. Photography, too, was limited. Crime scenes were documented with black and white film, and while skilled photographers captured the essential details, the ability to enhance or digitally analyze images was decades away. Investigators relied heavily on their own notes and memories. If something was overlooked in the moment, it was gone forever. Beyond the technical limitations, there were also procedural challenges. Crime scene preservation was not as rigorous as it would later become. Officers, detectives, and even reporters sometimes moved freely through murder scenes, unintentionally contaminating evidence. The idea of sealing off a crime scene with tape and limiting access to trained technicians was still evolving. As a result, critical clues may have been lost before they could ever be examined. The lack of centralized databases further hampered progress. Today, systems like CODIS and AFICE allow investigators to share DNA profiles and fingerprints across states and even countries. In the 1960s, information sharing was slow, reliant on phone calls, mailed reports, and personal connections between departments. If the Strangler had been arrested elsewhere, under another name, Boston police would have had no easy way of knowing. Despite these shortcomings, investigators worked diligently with the tools they had. Medical examiners conducted autopsies, noting details about strangulation marks, times of death, and signs of sexual assault. Psychiatrists and criminologists were brought in to speculate about the killer's mindset. Yet the lack of physical evidence kept the investigation rooted in speculation rather than certainty. The forensic limitations also contributed to one of the case's greatest controversies, the reliance on confessions. When Albert DeSalvo would later confess to the murders, the inability to independently corroborate his claims through scientific evidence left many skeptical. In a modern context, DNA could have confirmed or disproven his involvement. But in the 1960s, confessions, whether coerced, fabricated, or genuine, carried enormous weight in courtrooms and public opinion alike. The Boston Strangler case became, in many ways, a mirror reflecting the growing pains of forensic science. It highlighted the gaps between what investigators needed and what science could provide. It revealed how criminals could exploit those gaps, whether knowingly or simply by chance. And it demonstrated how public fear and police pressure often outpaced the slow, meticulous work of gathering and analyzing evidence. The murders also forced Boston police to adapt. They began coordinating more closely with neighboring jurisdictions, sharing information in ways that had not been common practice. They consulted with psychiatrists and criminologists, venturing into the emerging field of criminal profiling. They paid closer attention to patterns, victim profiles, methods of entry, the symbolic bows, searching for consistency that might lead them to the killer. But with each new murder, it seemed the killer stayed just ahead of their reach. Forensic science in the 1960s was a field standing at the threshold of transformation. The Boston Strangler case underscored its limitations and pushed investigators toward new approaches, even if many of the breakthroughs they needed would not come until decades later. In the meantime, Boston remained a city in fear, and the Strangler remained free. The case would continue to evolve, and so too would the tactics of both the killer and the police. What began as a series of seemingly isolated crimes had now become a battle not only between a predator and a city, but between a new breed of criminal and the very limits of mid-20th century science. The Strangler's advantage was not only his cunning or his cruelty. It was the simple fact that the world of 1960s policing was not yet equipped to deal with someone like him. And that advantage would allow him to keep killing, leaving behind questions that no microscope or fingerprint powder could answer. At first, the Boston Strangler appeared almost predictable in his horror. His victims, while diverse in background, shared a key similarity. They were older women, often living alone, often considered vulnerable. The pattern, though terrifying, suggested a certain type of killer. Someone preying on society's most defenseless, someone acting out deep psychological conflicts tied to age, maternal figures, or isolation. But as the killings continued, the pattern changed, and with that change, the investigation was thrown into chaos. The earliest victims, such as Anna Sleezers and Sophie Clark, fit the profile of older women living independently. The details were chillingly consistent, forced entry without signs of struggle, strangulation with a ligature, often fashioned from the victim's own clothing, and the macabre bow tied around the neck. These common elements gave investigators hope that they were closing in on a single offender. Yet, as the months passed, the Strangler turned his attention toward younger women, some in their 20s. This shift not only widened the pool of potential victims, but also forced detectives to reconsider everything they thought they knew about the killer. When Sophie Clark, a 20-year-old African-American nursing student, was found murdered in her Boston apartment in December 1962, the city was shaken to its core. The murder of an elderly woman was shocking enough, but the death of a young, vibrant student felt different. It suggested that no woman, regardless of age, background, or circumstance, was safe. Sophie's murder also raised new questions about the Strangler's motives. Was his rage directed at a certain type of woman, or was he simply opportunistic, taking advantage of whomever he could isolate? As investigators compared Clark's death with earlier cases, they noted similarities in method: strangulation with fabric, a sexually suggestive pose, and no forced entry. Yet, her youth and her social connections made her case stand out. Sophie was not isolated in the way earlier victims had been. She had friends, a social life, and a future. The randomness of her death deepened the fear that Boston was under siege from a predator whose criteria were expanding. The murders that followed only complicated matters further. In early 1963, Patricia Bissett, a 23-year-old secretary, was found dead in her apartment, strangled with her own stockings. Like Sophie, Patricia was young, professional, and active. The public could no longer comfort itself with the illusion that only elderly or solitary women were at risk. The Strangler had rewritten his own rules, and the psychological implications were staggering. Criminologists and psychiatrists began speculating in the press. Some argued that the shift in victim profile was intentional, a sign that the killer was evolving. Others suggested a more chilling possibility: that there was not one strangler, but several, perhaps even a copycat capitalizing on the city's fear. The consistency of the ligature and the bow seemed to argue for a single offender. Yet the differences in age and lifestyle of the victims pulled the narrative apart. This debate created tension within the investigative team. Detectives struggled to reconcile the evidence with the mounting pressure from the public and the media. If the same man was responsible for all the murders, his psychological makeup was more complex than they had anticipated. If multiple killers were at work, Boston faced not one predator, but several, a nightmare scenario for a city already gripped by paranoia. The shift also had practical consequences. With younger victims now included, the list of potential targets exploded. The city's female population, whether elderly widows, middle-aged housewives, or young professionals, suddenly felt marked. No one could predict who the next victim would be, and that unpredictability became one of the most terrifying aspects of the Strangler case. Women began to change their routines, double locking doors, refusing to open them even to repairmen or delivery men. The atmosphere of fear became suffocating, a constant reminder that the killer was still at large. For investigators, the challenge was compounded by the killer's method of entry. Many of the victims' apartments showed no signs of forced entry, suggesting that the Strangler either charmed his way inside or impersonated someone trustworthy: a maintenance worker, a delivery man, even a neighbor. This ability to gain access across such a broad range of victims made him even harder to identify. It spoke to a predator who was adaptable, observant, and possibly even charismatic. The murders of younger women also drew new media attention. Newspapers splashed sensational headlines across their front pages, amplifying the fear and speculating wildly about the killer's identity. Was he a sexual deviant targeting women indiscriminately? Was he a sadistic psychopath driven by impulses beyond comprehension? Or was Boston facing a darker reality? More than one killer operating under the same terrifying signature. Psychological theories multiplied. Some experts suggested the killer might be escalating, moving from elderly victims, who were easier to overpower, to younger ones as his confidence grew. Others argued that the change indicated multiple offenders working independently, but imitating one another. The very possibility that two or more men could be strangling women in the same city at the same time was almost unthinkable. Yet the evidence left the door open to that interpretation. The police, caught in this storm of speculation, were left scrambling. They redoubled their efforts, increasing patrols, canvassing neighborhoods, and questioning suspects. Yet, with each new victim, the sense of progress evaporated. Instead, the city's terror deepened, fueled by the realization that anyone could be next. As the pattern shifted, one thing became clear. The Boston Strangler was not bound by rules, categories, or expectations. He was unpredictable, and that unpredictability was his greatest weapon. The murders of younger women shattered the fragile sense of understanding investigators thought they had achieved. What had begun as a series of killings with a grim consistency had now become something broader, stranger, and more frightening. This change in pattern would haunt the investigation for years to come. It raised doubts about the integrity of the case, doubts that would only grow once Albert DeSalvo came forward with his confession. For if the Strangler could kill both elderly women and young students, then what truly tied all the murders together? Was it one man's evolving compulsion, or the actions of several predators taking advantage of a city paralyzed by fear? In the end, the shift in victims was more than a detail of the case. It was a turning point. One that left investigators questioning not only the identity of the killer, but the very assumptions that guided their search. The Boston Strangler had changed the rules, and in doing so, he changed the city of Boston forever. In the early 1960s, the field of criminal profiling was still in its infancy. Today, television dramas and books make it seem routine for investigators to map a killer's mind, predicting his habits and next move. But at the time of the Boston Strangler murders, profiling was a new and untested idea. Still desperate to stop the killings, Boston authorities turned to psychiatrists and criminologists, hoping that the patterns of violence could reveal something about the man behind them. What experts found was both fascinating and frustrating. On one hand, the Strangler's methods were consistent enough to suggest a personality type. On the other, his shifting choice of victims made it difficult to pin down a single psychological profile. The killer seemed both organized and impulsive, both careful and reckless, both consistent and erratic. Understanding his mind became as challenging as catching him. Psychiatrists began with the obvious, the method of murder. Strangulation, especially with a ligature fashioned from a victim's own belongings, was deeply personal. Unlike a gunshot or a stabbing, strangulation required close physical contact and time. It demanded that the killer not only overpower his victim, but maintain control until life was extinguished. This, they argued, pointed to a man who craved domination. The deliberate tying of bows, almost ritualistic in its symbolism, suggested that the murders were not merely about killing, but about leaving a mark, an identity, a calling card. Some experts theorized that the Strangler suffered from deep-seated sexual dysfunction. The posing of the bodies, the lack of theft, and the invasive nature of the crimes all hinted at an offender driven not by greed or revenge, but by twisted sexual gratification. Yet the absence of consistent signs of rape or sexual assault complicated this theory. In some cases, there were indications of sexual activity, while in others there were none. This inconsistency baffled investigators and psychiatrists alike. One common theory was that the Strangler harbored resentment toward women, perhaps stemming from a difficult relationship with his mother or other female figures in his early life. The mixture of tenderness and brutality, the neat bows juxtaposed with the act of strangulation, spoke to a conflicted psyche. Some psychiatrists speculated that the killer might view women as both objects of desire and figures of authority, creating a cycle of attraction, hatred, and violence. The change in victim profile, from elderly women to younger women, added another layer to the profile. Some argued it reflected an escalation, a sign that the killer was growing bolder and more confident. Others saw it as evidence of multiple killers. But those who believed in a single offender suggested that the shift indicated a deepening compulsion. The killer may have started with older victims because they were easier to overpower, then moved on to younger women as his fantasies demanded more challenge, more risk, and greater satisfaction. Psychiatrists also considered the Strangler's ability to gain entry into his victims' homes. Many of the apartments showed no signs of forced entry, suggesting that the killer could project trustworthiness. He might have posed as a repairman, a delivery worker, or even a neighbor. This ability to manipulate and charm suggested an intelligent offender, one who understood human behavior well enough to exploit it. He was not a raving madman bursting into homes at random. He was calculated, composed, and capable of deception. Another key point was geography. The murders occurred within Boston and its surrounding neighborhoods, often within walking distance of one another. This suggested that the killer was local, someone familiar with the city's layout and with the routines of its residents. Investigators speculated that he might even live among his victims, blending seamlessly into the urban environment. That chilling possibility that the Strangler could be a neighbor, a shop clerk, or the man walking past on the street fed the paranoia gripping Boston. The psychiatrists tried to construct a fuller picture: a white male, likely in his 20s or 30s, intelligent but socially troubled, possibly with a history of petty crime or sexual offenses. He would appear outwardly normal, even likable, but harbor deep psychological wounds. He might have trouble forming healthy relationships with women, compensating with fantasies of domination and control. He would be compulsive, driven by urges he could not resist, and his killings would provide both relief and reinforcement for those urges. Yet even as experts pieced together this portrait, doubts persisted. How could one man be responsible for murders that varied so widely in victim age, circumstances, and evidence. Was the strangler an evolving predator, or were multiple offenders at work, each mimicking the other? Psychiatrists debated these questions endlessly, but the lack of forensic proof left all theories speculative. The press eagerly published these profiles, sometimes sensationalizing them. Headlines proclaimed that the strangler was a man with a split personality, or a Jekyll and Hyde figure. Some reporters described him as a sexual psychopath, while others painted him as a cunning con artist. These portrayals added to the city's fear, making the strangler seem both everywhere and nowhere, an invisible menace who could hide behind a smile. The psychological analysis also shaped the police investigation. Detectives began focusing on men who fit the profile, those with histories of sexual assault, burglary, or mental illness. They interviewed ex-convicts, parolees, and psychiatric patients, hoping to find someone who matched the psychiatrist's descriptions. Hundreds of suspects were questioned, but none could be definitively linked to the murders. Each lead ended in disappointment, and the strangler remained at large. In retrospect, the efforts to profile the strangler represented both progress and limitation. They marked one of the earliest attempts in American criminal history to use psychology as a tool of investigation. The insights were often strikingly accurate, particularly when compared later to Albert DeSalvo's background and personality, yet without the ability to tie those insights to concrete evidence. The profile remained more of a roadmap than a destination. What the profiling did accomplish, however, was to change the way investigators thought about crime. It encouraged them to look beyond physical evidence, to consider the psychology of the offender, and to understand that patterns of behavior could be as revealing as fingerprints. The Boston Strangler case may not have been solved through profiling, but it planted seeds that would grow into one of the most important tools in modern criminology. For the people of Boston, though, the insights offered little comfort. Knowing that the strangler was intelligent, manipulative, and sexually conflicted did not make the city safer. The murders continued, and the killer remained free. The profile was a sketch of a ghost, an outline without substance. The strangler's true identity, motives, and inner torment were still locked inside the mind of a man who walked unseen through Boston's neighborhoods, hunting for his next victim. Boston in the early 1960s was a city at the crossroads of tradition and change. It was a place of universities, industry, and working class neighborhoods, where people still trusted their neighbors and left doors unlocked. But as the Boston Strangler prowled the streets, that trust began to collapse. What had once been a bustling, confident city transformed into a place gripped by paranoia, where fear seeped into every home, every conversation, and every late night walk down a quiet street. The terror was not sudden. It grew with each murder. At first, many dismissed the killings of elderly women as tragic but isolated incidents. Boston was no stranger to crime, after all. But when the pattern emerged, and especially when the strangler began targeting younger women, it became clear that this was not ordinary violence. This was a serial predator, an idea still new and poorly understood at the time. Women across Boston began altering their routines. Apartments that had once been left open to catch the evening breeze were now locked and bolted at all hours. Hardware stores reported a surge in demand for new locks, chains, and peepholes. Self-defense classes sprang up, and women were warned never to open the door to strangers, no matter how harmless they seemed. Even repairmen and delivery drivers found themselves turned away, victims themselves of the mistrust that had infected the city. The police urged caution, but their advice often made matters worse. Flyers and press statements warned women to stay alert, lock their doors, and avoid letting anyone inside. But such warnings only heightened the sense of helplessness. After all, many of the victims had followed those very precautions, yet the Strangler had still found a way in. The absence of forced entry at many crime scenes left the chilling possibility that the killer was someone the victims knew, or someone who could present himself as trustworthy. The media played a powerful role in shaping the fear. Newspapers ran lurid headlines, describing in detail the nature of the murders and speculating endlessly about the killer's identity. Some journalists criticized the police for failing to make progress, while others stoked panic with sensational stories of women found dead in their homes. Radio and television carried updates on each new murder, turning the Strangler into a household name. The phrase, Boston Strangler, itself was coined by the press, and it quickly became more than just a label. It was a symbol of the city's terror, a name that embodied the faceless menace lurking in the shadows. To speak of the Strangler was to speak of fear itself, a shared anxiety that united the city in dread. Parents warned their daughters. Neighbors whispered about suspicious men in the area. Rumors spread faster than facts, and every unexplained sound at night felt like the approach of death. Women bore the heaviest burden. In workplaces, social circles, and neighborhoods, their lives were reshaped by caution. Some refused to live alone, moving in with friends or relatives for safety. Others avoided social activities altogether, retreating into isolation. Many carried makeshift weapons, kitchen knives, heavy flashlights, or even hat pins, as they walked the streets. The once vibrant social life of the city dimmed as fear pushed people indoors and kept them there. Men, too, were affected. Husbands, fathers, and brothers worried constantly for the women in their lives. They escorted wives and daughters to work, stood guard at apartments, and insisted on nightly phone calls to ensure loved ones were safe. Yet even these precautions felt fragile. The Strangler seemed capable of slipping past every barrier, every precaution, leaving behind a trail of horror that mocked the city's attempts to protect itself. For the police, the public pressure was immense. Detectives worked tirelessly, chasing down leads, questioning suspects, and coordinating with psychiatrists. But with each new murder, the sense of failure grew. Citizens accused the police of incompetence. Politicians demanded answers. The city government faced mounting criticism, with some accusing officials of downplaying the threat to avoid panic. Yet the panic came anyway, spreading like wildfire through neighborhoods and campuses. The fear extended beyond Boston. Surrounding towns grew wary, worried that the Strangler might expand his hunting ground. Women in neighboring communities adopted the same precautions, living under the shadow of crimes that had not yet reached them. The name Boston Strangler became national news, covered in papers across the country, transforming a local tragedy into a nationwide fascination. The psychological toll on the city was profound. People began to see threats everywhere. A knock on the door after dark was no longer a neighbor, but a potential killer. A man offering to help carry groceries might be hiding violent intentions. The very fabric of trust between neighbors, trust in strangers, trust in the city itself, was unraveling. The effect was particularly strong in Boston's universities, where young women, once carefree, now lived in constant vigilance. Dormitories tightened their security. Students traveled in pairs or groups, refusing to walk alone at night. Even classrooms and libraries felt different, their silence heavy with the awareness that one of their own. Sophie Clark, a young student, had been among the Strangler's victims. The fear became almost ritualized. Women checked their locks before bed, then checked them again. They placed chairs against doors, stacked pans by windows to create alarms, or left radios playing to give the impression someone was awake. Small acts of defense became nightly routines, gestures against an enemy who remained unseen. This climate of fear also influenced the investigation itself. Tips flooded in, many based on suspicion rather than evidence. Men were reported for knocking on doors, for walking in the wrong place at the wrong time, for seeming odd or too friendly. The police, overwhelmed, had to separate genuine leads from paranoia-fueled accusations. Yet even as they did, the Strangler killed again, confirming that the real danger remained at large. Boston in the early 1960s had become a city transformed by terror. The Strangler had not only taken lives, he had stolen peace of mind. He had turned homes into prisons, neighborhoods into traps, and the simple act of answering a door into a matter of life and death. The city's fear was not irrational. It was a reflection of reality. A killer was moving silently through Boston, choosing victims at will, leaving behind bows tied like mocking signatures. The Strangler was not just a murderer. He was a force that reshaped the psychology of an entire city, binding Boston not in fabric knots but in knots of fear, suspicion, and despair. By 1963, the Boston Police Department was operating under immense pressure. The city was terrified, the press relentless, and each new murder only increased the urgency to catch the elusive killer. Investigators faced one of the most complex cases of their careers, chasing a predator who left little evidence, struck unpredictably, and seemed to vanish as quickly as he appeared. The task was monumental, and every lead became both a potential breakthrough and a source of frustration. From the outset, detectives understood the importance of identifying patterns. They mapped the locations of murders, times of day, and methods of entry, searching for connections that could point to a single offender. They interviewed neighbors, friends, relatives, landlords, anyone who might have seen or heard something unusual. Hundreds of men were questioned, and dozens became temporary suspects. But the more investigators uncovered, the more complicated the picture became. Some suspects seemed promising at first glance. Men with criminal histories, sexual offenses, or psychiatric evaluations were brought in for intensive questioning. Officers conducted interrogations, often using psychological pressure to extract confessions or uncover inconsistencies. Yet, the majority of suspects were quickly eliminated. They either had alibis, no connection to the victims, or simply failed to match the killer's methods. Each failed lead was a blow to both morale and public confidence. The variability in the Strangler's choice of victims further complicated the investigation. Early murders involved elderly women living alone. Later victims were younger and more socially active. This made it difficult for police to narrow their focus. Who could be responsible for such a broad range of victims? Was it one man capable of adapting his methods, or were multiple killers exploiting the city's fear? Detectives wrestled with these questions, and the lack of definitive answers only added pressure. To assist in the investigation, the police consulted psychiatrists and criminologists, attempting to build a psychological profile. These experts suggested that the killer was likely a local man, probably in his 20s or 30s, with a history of sexual dysfunction or social maladjustment. They theorized he was intelligent, manipulative, and capable of charm, able to gain the trust of women in order to enter their homes. While this profile provided some guidance, it could not point to a single individual. It was a map without a destination. The press closely followed the investigation, reporting on suspects and the police's progress, or lack thereof. Newspapers published composite sketches based on witness accounts, and radio stations carried urgent appeals for information. The attention both helped and hindered the police. On one hand, it brought in tips and eyewitness reports. On the other, it amplified public fear and occasionally spread misinformation, forcing investigators to sort fact from rumor. Interrogations became a central, though imperfect, tool. Detectives would bring in men seen near crime scenes, questioning them for hours, sometimes days. They looked for inconsistencies, nervous behavior, or any admission of guilt. Many suspects cracked under the pressure, giving false confessions or claiming knowledge they did not possess. Others, entirely innocent, were subjected to scrutiny simply because they matched a vague description or happened to live near a victim. The strain on both suspects and investigators was immense, and the police were aware that a misstep could allow the real killer to continue unchecked. The investigation was further complicated by the limitations of 1960s forensic science. Crime scenes were examined for fingerprints, fibers, and blood, but without DNA technology, the evidence was rarely conclusive. Items such as ligatures and clothing were collected and analyzed, but these too often led to dead ends. The killer left no trace that could definitively tie him to the crimes, and the lack of physical proof forced detectives to rely heavily on circumstantial evidence and intuition. Some leads appeared promising, but ended in disappointment. Men with histories of sexual assault or mental illness were interrogated thoroughly, sometimes multiple times, only to be eliminated when their alibis or lack of physical evidence cleared them. Each failed lead heightened frustration, both within the police department and in the public eye. Citizens demanded arrests. The police were still searching for answers. Despite these challenges, the investigation made incremental progress. Detectives learned to coordinate across jurisdictions, sharing information with surrounding towns and the state police. They developed a database of suspects, tips, and witness accounts, a rudimentary precursor to modern investigative databases. Patrols were increased in vulnerable neighborhoods, and the presence of police was intended both to deter the killer and reassure the public. One of the most difficult aspects of the investigation was the growing suspicion that the Strangler might be evolving. His ability to change victim profiles, move across neighborhoods, and enter homes undetected suggested intelligence and adaptability. Investigators realized that the killer was not acting randomly, but was careful, deliberate, and learning from each encounter. This made the hunt even more challenging, as traditional tactics such as stakeouts or questioning known offenders often yielded nothing. The public, meanwhile, remained vigilant and anxious. Tips poured in daily, many based on rumors or hearsay, creating a flood of leads that had to be carefully verified. Some calls were hoaxes, others misinterpretations, and a few came from genuine witnesses who saw something suspicious. Sorting through these reports became an enormous task for detectives, adding to the already overwhelming workload. The Strangler's ability to evade capture, combined with the limitations of the police and forensic science, created an atmosphere of tension and despair. Each unanswered question felt like a failure, and each new murder confirmed the fears that Boston was under siege. Detectives were aware that their mistakes could cost lives, and yet every step forward seemed to be met with setbacks, as if the killer anticipated their moves. By the middle of 1963, it was clear that traditional investigative methods alone would not be enough. The police needed breakthroughs in psychology, forensic science, or witness testimony to catch a killer who had proven elusive at every turn. The case had become a labyrinth of dead ends, false leads, and public expectation. A situation that tested the skill, patience, and resilience of every officer involved. The investigation into the Boston Strangler during these early years was marked by intensity, frustration, and an unsettling realization: the killer was always one step ahead. The hunt would continue for months as detectives pursued leads, interrogated suspects, and struggled to understand the mind of a man who had turned Boston into a city gripped by terror. After months of relentless investigation, Boston police finally experienced what could be considered the first significant breakthrough in the Strangler case. The city had been paralyzed by fear, investigators exhausted by dead ends, and the public desperate for reassurance. The breakthrough did not come from forensic evidence or eyewitness testimony, but from a man who would later become central to the case: Albert DeSalvo, Albert DeSalvo was not initially a suspect in the Strangler murders. He was, in fact, a man already known to law enforcement for a series of sexual assaults that had taken place across Boston. DeSalvo, in his mid-20s, had a history of criminal behavior and was familiar to police for petty crimes, including robbery and breaking and entering. However, his reputation as a peeping Tom and a sexual aggressor was what drew the attention of detectives once the Strangler murders escalated to younger women. The connection between DeSalvo and the Strangler began to emerge after a pattern of assaults in the Boston area. Women reported incidents of sexual harassment and minor assaults, often involving home intrusion or inappropriate behavior. DeSalvo's modus operandi in these cases bore some similarities to the Strangler's method. He gained access to women's apartments, acted with apparent confidence, and often approached his victims under the guise of a trustworthy figure. These parallels could not be ignored. Police began to scrutinize DeSalvo more closely. They conducted interviews, background checks, and surveillance. While there was no direct evidence linking him to the Strangler murders at this point, his criminal history and psychological profile aligned disturbingly well with the emerging profile developed by psychiatrists. He was articulate yet manipulative, seemingly intelligent, but socially dysfunctional, and capable of both charm and intimidation. The traits described by experts as consistent with the Strangler were present in DeSalvo's known behavior. In November 1964, a critical incident occurred that brought DeSalvo into the spotlight. He was arrested for a series of sexual assaults known as the Green Man rapes, named for the disguise he used during his crimes. During interrogation, DeSalvo admitted to these assaults in explicit detail. Police realized that if he could confess so openly to the Green Man crimes, he might also be responsible for other violent offenses. It was a breakthrough because it revealed a man capable of both deception and admission, someone who might lead authorities directly to the identity of the Strangler. Detectives began pressing DeSalvo about the Strangler murders. Initially, he denied any involvement. He seemed cautious, aware of the gravity of the accusations. But over time, DeSalvo became increasingly willing to talk, eventually confessing to multiple murders in a series of statements. His confessions were detailed, describing the manner of entry, the method of strangulation, and the positioning of the victims. Information that had not been made public. DeSalvo's confessions were unprecedented. For the first time, police had a man claiming responsibility for a series of murders that had terrorized Boston for nearly 2 years. The details he provided aligned closely with the known facts: the use of ligatures, the bows tied around the necks of victims, and the selection of women living alone. His admissions appeared to validate the profile developed by psychiatrists and offered investigators a tangible lead after years of frustration. Yet, even with this breakthrough, skepticism remained. Many investigators, journalists, and members of the public questioned whether DeSalvo was telling the truth. There was no forensic evidence to confirm his confessions. Some suggested that he might be fabricating the story for attention, notoriety, or to manipulate the criminal justice system. Others wondered whether more than one killer could have been involved, meaning DeSalvo's confessions, while disturbing, might not encompass the entirety of the Strangler murders. Despite the uncertainty, the confessions represented a turning point. Police were now able to focus their efforts more effectively, cross-referencing DeSalvo's statements with known timelines, locations, and victim profiles. The information allowed detectives to revisit crime scenes, analyze discrepancies, and gain insights that had been inaccessible during the chaotic early months of the investigation. Albert DeSalvo's entrance into the case also shifted the public's perception. For Boston, the fear that had gripped the city for years now had a face, someone whom law enforcement could identify, question, and potentially hold accountable. Newspapers reported extensively on the arrest and subsequent confessions, offering a mix of relief and continued unease. The notion that the Strangler might finally be caught was tempered by the realization that the case was far from closed, and that questions about the validity of the confessions remained. In the months following DeSalvo's confessions, investigators worked tirelessly to corroborate his claims. They visited former crime scenes, interviewed surviving witnesses, and attempted to gather any form of evidence that could link him definitively to the murders. While some details matched known facts, other aspects were unverifiable. The limitations of forensic science at the time, particularly the absence of DNA testing, made it impossible to confirm beyond a doubt that DeSalvo had committed all the murders he claimed. Nevertheless, Albert DeSalvo's involvement represented the first real breakthrough in an investigation that had seemed stalled for years. He provided a narrative that connected the murders, suggested a psychological motive, and aligned with the profile constructed by criminologists. For detectives, his confessions were both a relief and a challenge. A relief because they offered direction, and a challenge because they introduced new questions about truth, credibility, and the possibility of additional perpetrators. The entry of DeSalvo into the investigation marked a new chapter in the Boston Strangler case. What had once been a city-wide hunt for an unknown predator now had a central figure. Yet even as police pursued this breakthrough, the complexity of the case, shifting victim profiles, public fear, forensic limitations, and the possibility of multiple offenders remained. The Boston Strangler was no longer just a phantom of terror. He was a man, a criminal, and a source of questions that would haunt Boston for years to come. Albert DeSalvo's confessions marked a pivotal moment in the Boston Strangler case. For the first time, investigators had a man willing to speak openly about the murders that had terrified the city for nearly 2 years. DeSalvo described in disturbing detail the methods he used, the victims he targeted, and the psychological compulsion that drove him. Yet, even as law enforcement celebrated a potential breakthrough, skepticism and controversy surrounded his statements. DeSalvo confessed to murdering multiple women in Boston, recounting specific details about how he gained entry into their apartments. He claimed to pose as a repairman, delivery man, or handyman, someone trustworthy who could lower a woman's defenses. Once inside, he would isolate the victim, overpower her, and strangle her using ligatures fashioned from the victim's own clothing, often adding the now infamous bow around her neck. These accounts matched many of the known facts, particularly the use of ligatures and the positioning of victims' bodies, which lent initial credibility to his confessions. However, DeSalvo's confessions were complicated by inconsistencies. While he could describe some murders with startling accuracy, other details did not align with police reports or autopsy findings. In some cases, he included elements that investigators later discovered had been publicized in newspapers, raising questions about whether he had acquired knowledge secondhand. This led some experts to speculate that DeSalvo might be exaggerating or embellishing to gain notoriety, rather than providing a fully accurate account. One of the central controversies involved the number of murders to which DeSalvo claimed responsibility. He confessed to a total that encompassed both older women and younger victims, spanning a period that matched the timeline of the known Boston Strangler murders. While this breadth suggested a comprehensive confession, it also raised doubts. Could a single man have committed all these murders, given the variation in victim profiles, locations, and methods? Psychologists debated whether DeSalvo was capable of such adaptability, or whether multiple killers might have been involved. With DeSalvo claiming credit for crimes he had not committed, investigators were also troubled by the absence of forensic corroboration. At the time, forensic science lacked the tools necessary to confirm his involvement definitively. Fingerprints, fibers, and blood evidence were inconclusive, and DNA testing would not be available for decades. This left the police with a situation in which the confessions were compelling, but could not be independently verified. Some detectives believed him completely, trusting his detailed accounts and psychological profile, while others remained cautious, worried that Boston might be celebrating the capture of a strangler who had not, in fact, committed all the murders. DeSalvo's psychological state further complicated matters. He had a history of sexual offenses, manipulation, and mental instability, which led some psychiatrists to question whether his confessions were sincere. Some suggested he was a compulsive liar seeking attention and infamy, while others believed he was confessing out of a perverse sense of guilt or compulsion. The ambiguity of his motives became one of the most controversial aspects of the case, leaving both law enforcement and the public uncertain about the truth. Despite these doubts, DeSalvo provided investigators with valuable insight into the psychology of the killer. He described the compulsion that drove him, a mixture of sexual desire, aggression, and the need for control. He admitted that the act of strangulation offered both pleasure and a sense of power, a way to dominate and humiliate his victims. The confessions also shed light on his ability to blend into society, presenting himself as normal, trustworthy, and unremarkable. A man who could walk past neighbors or pass unnoticed in crowded neighborhoods while planning and executing violent crimes in secret. The public reaction to DeSalvo's confessions was immediate and intense. Boston residents, who had endured years of terror and uncertainty, were relieved to have a name attached to the Strangler. Newspapers printed detailed accounts of his admissions, highlighting the lurid aspects of the crimes and the man behind them. Yet, alongside the relief, there was unease. Many wondered if the confessions were genuine, if justice could truly be served, or if the real killer, or killers, might still be at large. The court system faced its own challenges. DeSalvo's confessions were compelling, but without physical evidence. Prosecutors struggled to use them as the foundation of a trial for murder. He would ultimately be charged and convicted for his sexual assaults, not the Strangler murders, leaving the city with a sense of unresolved justice. Families of victims were left questioning whether the man behind the confessions was truly the one who had taken their loved ones. Over the years, experts have revisited DeSalvo's confessions, examining them in light of new evidence and modern forensic techniques. DNA testing conducted decades later linked him to at least one of the murders. Mary Sullivan in 1964, offering partial validation of his statements. Yet the debate continues over whether he was responsible for all the murders attributed to the Boston Strangler. Some historians and criminologists believe he acted alone, while others argue that the inconsistencies and variations suggest the possibility of additional perpetrators. Albert DeSalvo's confessions remain a central, controversial element of the Boston Strangler case. They provided unprecedented insight into the methods, psychology, and motivations of a serial killer at a time when criminal profiling was still new. At the same time, they highlighted the limitations of mid-20th century forensic science, the challenges of relying on confessions without corroborating evidence, and the enduring uncertainty surrounding one of the most notorious crime sprees in American history. For Boston, the confessions were both a moment of clarity and a source of new questions. The city could finally assign a name to the terror that had gripped it. Yet the uncertainty surrounding DeSalvo's full responsibility ensured that the case would remain a subject of debate, study, and fascination for generations to come. The confessions marked a turning point. They shifted the focus from speculation to a man whose life, crimes, and psychology could be studied in detail. But they also underscored the complexities and ambiguities of criminal investigation, particularly in an era when the tools of forensic science were limited and the motivations of offenders could be as inscrutable as the crimes they committed. Albert DeSalvo's confessions to the Boston Strangler murders created an immediate legal dilemma. For the first time, law enforcement believed they had identified the man responsible for a series of brutal killings that had terrorized Boston for nearly 2 years. Yet, despite his admissions, DeSalvo would never stand trial for the murders themselves. The reasons were complex, involving the limitations of evidence, legal strategy, and the peculiarities of mid-20th century criminal procedure. At the core of the issue was the lack of corroborating forensic evidence. DeSalvo's confessions were compelling in their detail, describing the manner of entry, the method of strangulation, and the specific positioning of victims' bodies. But these statements alone were insufficient to secure a murder conviction in court. Prosecutors understood that without physical proof, fingerprints, fibers, or biological evidence linking him definitively to each crime, a jury might doubt his guilt. The confessions, though vivid, were circumstantial, and the stakes were high. Convicting an innocent man for a series of murders could result in irreversible injustice. Moreover, some investigators and legal experts questioned the reliability of DeSalvo's statements. He had a history of lying, exaggeration, and manipulation. Some confessions appeared to contain details that had been reported in the press, raising concerns that he might be repeating publicly available information rather than providing first-hand knowledge. Others worried that he might be claiming responsibility for crimes he did not commit to gain notoriety, evade punishment for other offenses, or manipulate the system. These doubts further complicated the decision to pursue murder charges. The legal strategy that emerged focused on what could be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. DeSalvo had been arrested and charged for a string of sexual assaults known as the Green Man, rapes, crimes for which there was ample evidence and witness testimony. Prosecutors chose to prioritize these charges, ensuring that he would face serious consequences, even if the murder cases could not be prosecuted. This decision was pragmatic. It guaranteed that DeSalvo would be incarcerated, protecting the public, while avoiding a high-profile trial that might fail due to insufficient evidence. DeSalvo ultimately pled guilty to the Green Man rapes and received a life sentence. The plea effectively closed the door on any immediate attempts to try him for the Strangler murders. Families of victims were frustrated, longing for formal justice and the validation of a trial. Some felt that the confessions were enough to identify the killer, while others remained skeptical of DeSalvo's culpability. The absence of a murder trial left a lingering sense of incompleteness, a legal and emotional void that would haunt the city for decades. Complicating the situation further were legal questions surrounding the admissibility of DeSalvo's confessions. Because he was initially interrogated for other crimes, questions arose regarding the circumstances under which he had confessed to the murders. Was he coerced, pressured, or manipulated? Could his statements be considered voluntary and credible under the law? Defense attorneys and legal scholars debated these issues, understanding that any attempt to prosecute him for murder could hinge on procedural challenges and the precise handling of confessions. The case also highlighted limitations in criminal law at the time. Prosecutors lacked the sophisticated tools and resources available in later decades, such as DNA testing or advanced crime scene analysis, which could have corroborated DeSalvo's statements. The legal system required certainty, proof that met the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. While the confessions were detailed, the inability to link him definitively to each murder made the risk of acquittal unacceptably high. Over time, legal scholars, criminologists, and journalists have revisited the question of why DeSalvo, was never tried for murder. Many point to the combination of insufficient forensic evidence, procedural concerns, and strategic prosecutorial decisions. Others emphasize the psychological and societal dimensions. The desire to protect the public through imprisonment, the fear of a sensational trial, and the uncertainty surrounding the reliability of his confessions. Together, these factors created a unique legal scenario in which the admitted killer could be punished for some crimes, but not others. Despite these limitations, DeSalvo's life sentence for the Green Man rapes ensured that he remained incarcerated for the rest of his life. He was housed in Massachusetts state prisons, where he continued to interact with the criminal justice system, including psychiatric evaluations and assessments. His status as the confessed Boston Strangler loomed over his imprisonment, a persistent shadow that fueled media coverage, public fascination, and legal scrutiny. It was not until decades later, in the 2010s, that forensic advances allowed partial validation of his confessions. DNA testing connected him to at least one of the murders. Mary Sullivan in 1964, providing posthumous confirmation of his involvement. However, the remaining murders remain uncertain, leaving historians and criminologists divided on whether DeSalvo acted alone or whether other perpetrators were involved. This uncertainty underscores the unique legal and investigative challenges of the case. Confessions, without corroboration, are powerful but insufficient for conclusive justice. The story of the Boston Strangler trial, or rather the absence of one, illustrates the intersection of law, evidence, and human psychology. Prosecutors made pragmatic choices based on the available facts, the limitations of forensic science, and the challenges of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The decision not to try DeSalvo for murder reflected both the strengths and weaknesses of the legal system, highlighting the tension between justice, public safety, and evidentiary certainty. For Boston and the victims' families, the absence of a trial left lingering questions. Was Albert DeSalvo truly responsible for all the murders? Were others involved? Could justice have been more complete with a formal trial? These questions remain part of the city's collective memory, shaping how the case is studied, debated, and remembered. In the end, the legal handling of the Boston Strangler case reflected both pragmatism and limitation. Albert DeSalvo's confessions brought clarity and direction, yet the absence of a murder trial ensured that uncertainty would endure. The case remains a touchstone in criminal history, illustrating the complexities of confession-based investigations, the challenges of mid-20th century forensic science, and the intricate interplay between law and public fear. Albert DeSalvo's confessions and subsequent sentencing marked a turning point for Boston, but they did not bring the sense of closure many had hoped for. The city's residents, who had endured nearly 2 years of terror and uncertainty, reacted with a complex mixture of relief, skepticism, and lingering fear. While some embraced the idea that the Strangler had finally been identified and punished, others remained uneasy, questioning the accuracy of the confessions and the possibility that other perpetrators might have been involved. Newspapers, radio, and television seized upon DeSalvo's story, turning him into a figure of national fascination. Headlines proclaimed that Boston's terror had a name, with vivid descriptions of the murders and DeSalvo's admissions dominating news cycles. Reporters highlighted the lurid details, the methodical strangulation, the bows tied around victims' necks, and the psychological profile of a man who could appear normal yet commit unspeakable acts. The media coverage both informed and inflamed public sentiment, transforming the case from a local tragedy into a cultural phenomenon. Public reaction was deeply personal. Women who had lived in fear felt a measure of relief, knowing that a man was behind bars. Families of victims, though appreciative of the investigation, often expressed frustration that DeSalvo was never formally tried for murder. While justice had been served in part, there was a lingering sense of incompleteness. The confessions, without trial verification, left many questions unanswered and reopened old wounds. Survivors and friends of victims struggled to reconcile the relief of a captured killer with the frustration of unresolved legal closure. The psychological impact on the city was profound. Boston had lived under the shadow of the Strangler for years, and even after the confessions, the trauma persisted. People who had modified their daily routines, locking doors, traveling in groups, avoiding certain neighborhoods, continued to do so. Fear, once instilled, is difficult to eradicate, and the memory of the murders left an enduring mark on the city's collective consciousness. Even decades later, Boston residents spoke of the Strangler with a mixture of horror and fascination, a reminder of the fragility of perceived safety. Culturally, the Boston Strangler case had a lasting influence. It inspired books, documentaries, and eventually films, embedding itself into the American imagination as one of the most infamous examples of serial murder. Psychologists and criminologists used the case as a study in criminal profiling, obsession, and the challenges of investigating a cunning and adaptable offender. DeSalvo himself became a symbol in criminal psychology, both a case study in confession and a cautionary tale about relying solely on statements without forensic evidence. The media's portrayal of the case also sparked debate about journalistic ethics and sensationalism. Newspapers often emphasized the most shocking details, heightening fear and fascination, but sometimes blurring the line between fact and speculation. Headlines focused on lurid elements of the murders rather than the legal and investigative challenges, feeding public anxiety and shaping perceptions of the criminal justice system. In this way, the Boston Strangler case exemplified the complex relationship between crime, media, and society. Social behavior in Boston changed dramatically during and after the murders. Women continued to adopt safety precautions, neighborhoods strengthened community vigilance, and local authorities implemented measures to improve security. The city's experience demonstrated how fear can alter routines, interactions, and even architecture, as locks, security systems, and urban planning evolved in response to perceived threats. The Strangler's impact extended far beyond the immediate victims. He reshaped the way an entire city approached personal safety, Psychologically, the case left scars on both individuals and institutions. Police officers involved in the investigation faced criticism, stress, and the constant pressure of public scrutiny. The challenges of managing a high profile. Unsolved serial murder highlighted the limitations of investigative methods at the time and underscored the need for advances in forensics, profiling, and interagency coordination. In this sense, the case catalyzed improvements in criminal justice procedures, even as it left unresolved questions about the killer's full accountability. DeSalvo's confessions and sentencing also sparked debate about human behavior and criminal motivation. The public was both fascinated and horrified by the psychological portrait that emerged: a man who could appear normal in everyday life yet harbor violent, compulsive urges that manifested in a string of brutal murders. This duality captured the imagination of psychologists, criminologists, and ordinary citizens, prompting reflection on the nature of evil, the capacity for deception, and the unpredictability of human behavior. The long-term cultural impact is also evident in popular media. Books, documentaries, and films have revisited the Boston Strangler case, exploring not only the crimes themselves, but also the broader social, psychological, and legal implications. Scholars continue to analyze DeSalvo's confessions, the investigative methods employed, and the city's response, framing the case as a foundational example in the study of serial murder in America. The story endures, in part, because it captures the intersection of fear, media influence, law enforcement challenges, and human psychology in a way few cases do. For Boston, the Strangler became more than an individual. He became a symbol of vulnerability, unpredictability, and the fragility of safety. The city's recovery was gradual, and the collective memory of the murders persisted, shaping attitudes toward personal security, police accountability, and media consumption. While DeSalvo's imprisonment brought some measure of closure, the unanswered questions, the debate over his true culpability, and the lingering psychological impact ensured that the case would remain a subject of fascination, study, and cultural reflection for decades. In the end, the public reaction to Albert DeSalvo's confessions and sentencing was multifaceted. Relief tempered by uncertainty, fascination mixed with horror, and acknowledgement of justice paired with frustration over unresolved questions. The Boston Strangler case had permanently altered the city's social, psychological, and cultural landscape, leaving a legacy that extends far beyond the crimes themselves. A chilling reminder of the human capacity for both fear and resilience. Even after Albert DeSalvo's confessions and sentencing, uncertainty continued to cloud the Boston Strangler case. Investigators, criminologists, and the public wrestled with lingering questions. Could one man really have committed all the murders attributed to the Strangler? Was it possible that other perpetrators had exploited the fear he had inspired, creating copycat crimes or independently preying on vulnerable women? The complexity of the case kept doubt alive long after DeSalvo was behind bars. The Boston Strangler's victims varied widely in age, appearance, and lifestyle. Early victims were often elderly women living alone, while later victims were younger, active, and socially engaged. Some investigators believed that a single offender could adapt to different circumstances and escalate his crimes over time. Others, however, pointed to the inconsistencies as evidence that multiple killers might have been operating independently, or that copycats had emerged in the wake of the Strangler's notoriety. The idea of copycats gained traction when murders occurred that bore some, but not all, of the hallmarks of the original killings. Some victims were strangled, but the ligature or post-mortem positioning did not match the patterns attributed to DeSalvo. These variations sparked debate. Were they the work of imitators, or did they represent a single offender's evolving methods? The uncertainty made it difficult for law enforcement to conclusively close the case. Even as they continued to investigate leads, criminologists studying the case noted that the presence of potential copycats was not unusual in high-profile serial murder cases. Media coverage, public panic, and the sensationalism surrounding a killer's identity can inadvertently inspire others to commit similar crimes. In Boston, headlines describing the Strangler's methods and victim selection may have unintentionally provided a template for emulation. Detectives had to carefully distinguish between authentic crimes by the original perpetrator and acts motivated by fear, thrill-seeking, or notoriety. The variation in victim profiles further complicated matters. While DeSalvo's confessions detailed murders that matched several cases, some homicides remained inconsistent with his admitted timeline, method, or description. Investigators debated whether these discrepancies were due to faulty memory, exaggeration, or, more troublingly, the presence of additional killers. Some criminologists suggested that two or more men might have been operating independently, one targeting older women and another targeting younger victims, creating a confusing web of overlapping crimes that was difficult to unravel. Doubts about DeSalvo's sole responsibility were also fueled by forensic limitations. During the 1960s, investigators lacked DNA analysis, modern fingerprint comparison techniques, and sophisticated crime scene reconstruction. Physical evidence that could have definitively tied him to every murder either did not exist or could not be analyzed with certainty. This gap in forensic capability left room for ambiguity and allowed alternate theories to persist. Additionally, some investigators questioned the reliability of DeSalvo's confessions. While he provided detailed accounts for certain murders, other descriptions contained inconsistencies or seemed influenced by publicly available information. Critics argued that it was possible he claimed responsibility for additional killings he did not commit, either to gain notoriety or as a form of psychological compulsion. This possibility reinforced doubts about whether Boston had truly identified the sole strangler. Psychologists also contributed to the debate. They examined DeSalvo's personality, his history of sexual offenses, and his reported compulsions. Some believed that he was capable of committing all the murders he confessed to, noting his intelligence, adaptability, and manipulative skills. Others were skeptical, pointing out that the variation in victim age, lifestyle, and circumstance might exceed the typical behavioral range of a single serial offender. This ongoing debate highlighted the limits of profiling when applied to complex, high-profile cases. Boston's police continued to review unsolved homicides from the same period. Investigators revisited cold cases, analyzing old reports and re-interviewing witnesses, hoping to reconcile remaining uncertainties. Some murders were eventually linked to DeSalvo, most notably Mary Sullivan's in 1964, verified through DNA decades later. However, other homicides could not be conclusively connected, leaving open the possibility that additional killers were active during the Strangler's reign of terror. Public perception of the case reflected these uncertainties. While many accepted DeSalvo as the Strangler, a vocal portion of the population questioned the completeness of the story. Was he a lone predator, or part of a more complex pattern of crime? Were some murders committed by others who had been emboldened by his notoriety? The debate persisted in newspapers, books, and later documentaries, ensuring that the Boston Strangler case would remain a topic of fascination and scholarly inquiry. The presence of potential copycats also had broader societal implications. Women continued to fear for their safety long after DeSalvo was incarcerated. Communities maintained heightened vigilance, and discussions about personal security, apartment safety, and self-defense remained deeply ingrained. Even when the presumed killer was behind bars, the idea that others might be inspired to commit similar crimes perpetuated a climate of caution and anxiety. Criminologists later used the Boston Strangler case as an example of how publicized crimes can inspire imitation and complicate investigations. The mixture of true murders, confessions, and potential copycats created a complex mosaic that challenged law enforcement and forensic analysis. It also demonstrated the psychological impact of fear. Even the possibility of additional killers could influence behavior, perceptions, and investigative priorities in the final analysis. Doubts about DeSalvo's sole responsibility underscored the inherent complexities of serial murder investigations. The Boston Strangler case illustrated the challenges of distinguishing between truth, exaggeration, and imitation. It revealed how forensic limitations, psychological ambiguity, and media influence can intersect to create enduring uncertainty. Even decades after DeSalvo's confessions, the question of whether he acted alone continues to intrigue criminologists, historians, and the public alike. The investigation into potential copycats and multiple offenders did not undermine DeSalvo's significance. It merely highlighted that high-profile crimes often resist simple explanations. The Boston Strangler case, with its combination of confessions, forensic gaps, and social fear, remains a seminal example of the challenges inherent in understanding, prosecuting, and contextualizing serial murder. The shadow of doubt persists, a reminder that even in the presence of confessions, human behavior, evidence, and interpretation can leave critical questions unanswered. After Albert DeSalvo's conviction for the Green Man's sexual assaults, he was transferred to the Massachusetts state prison system, where he would spend the remainder of his life. Even behind bars, DeSalvo remained a figure of fascination to law enforcement, psychologists, and the public. His confessions to the Boston Strangler murders had already established him as a notorious criminal. But it was during his incarceration that his behavior and psychological profile would be examined in depth, offering insights into the mind of a man whose crimes had terrorized an entire city. From the outset, prison officials recognized that DeSalvo was unlike many other inmates. He was intelligent, articulate, and capable of charm, often presenting himself as cooperative and insightful. At the same time, he demonstrated manipulative tendencies, exaggeration, and a willingness to play to the audience observing him. Whether guards, psychologists, or journalists, these traits complicated assessments of his mental state as professionals struggled to distinguish between genuine psychological patterns and performative behavior designed to impress or deceive. DeSalvo underwent multiple psychological evaluations during his imprisonment. Psychologists focused on understanding his motivations, compulsions, and the potential for recidivism. They sought to answer critical questions. Was he truly the Boston Strangler responsible for all the murders? What drove him to commit such acts? Could he be rehabilitated, or was he irreparably dangerous? These assessments were pioneering in their attention to the intersection of sexual compulsion, violent behavior, and criminal pathology. One recurring theme in DeSalvo's evaluations was his compulsive need for attention and recognition. He appeared to crave notoriety, sometimes exaggerating the scope or nature of his crimes. This behavior made it difficult to accept his confessions at face value, as psychologists debated whether he was confessing to multiple murders out of guilt, compulsion, or a desire for infamy. Experts noted that such behavior was consistent with certain personality disorders, particularly those involving narcissism, antisocial tendencies, and impulsivity. Despite these challenges, DeSalvo provided considerable detail about his alleged crimes. He described the psychological satisfaction he derived from control and domination, particularly the act of strangulation. According to his accounts, the method allowed him a sense of power over victims who were vulnerable and isolated. Psychologists interpreted this as a combination of sexual compulsion, aggression, and a deep-seated need for validation, elements that made him both methodical and unpredictable. Life in prison for DeSalvo was structured, but not without incident. He maintained a routine, participating in work programs, interacting with other inmates, and attending psychological sessions. He also used his intelligence and charm to navigate the social dynamics of incarceration, often gaining influence over fellow prisoners. At times, he leveraged this influence to his advantage, cultivating relationships with guards and inmates alike. Yet his behavior remained unpredictable, reflecting the duality observed in his criminal and confessional history. DeSalvo's interactions with psychologists were particularly significant. He appeared willing to discuss his crimes, motivations, and thoughts in a candid manner, offering researchers valuable insight into the mind of a violent offender. He provided detailed accounts of his methods, his feelings during the commission of crimes, and his reflections on morality, control, and fear. These accounts formed the basis of several psychological studies, contributing to the emerging field of criminal profiling and the understanding of serial offenders. One area of interest was DeSalvo's seeming ability to compartmentalize his actions. Psychologists noted that he could describe horrific murders in clinical, detached language, yet interact socially in a calm and seemingly normal manner. This dissociation suggested a complex psychological profile, blending compulsive impulses with calculated manipulation. It also explained, in part, how he could operate undetected for so long, maintaining a facade of normalcy while committing violent acts in private. The passage of time in prison did little to diminish DeSalvo's notoriety. Media attention continued, with journalists and criminologists visiting him for interviews and analysis. He sometimes used these interactions to enhance his reputation, emphasizing his confessions and the details of the Strangler murders. While these interviews provided additional insight, they also reinforced skepticism regarding his claims, as it became increasingly difficult to separate fact from self-promotion. Despite his behavior and manipulative tendencies, DeSalvo remained a key figure in understanding serial murder. His confessions, when evaluated alongside psychological assessments, offered a case study in compulsion, criminal adaptability, and the complexity of human behavior. Researchers and law enforcement used his case to develop methods of profiling, risk assessment, and interrogation that would influence criminal investigations for decades. Prison life also highlighted the consequences of the legal and investigative limitations of the time. DeSalvo remained incarcerated for sexual assaults, yet he was never formally tried for the murders to which he had confessed. This unresolved aspect of his criminal record became a point of contention, leaving victims' families, scholars, and the public with lingering questions. His life in prison, therefore, was not only a personal sentence, but also a continuing symbol of the ambiguities surrounding justice, evidence, and accountability. As years passed, DeSalvo's psychological profile became increasingly documented and referenced in criminal justice education. His case exemplified the challenges of relying on confessions without corroborating evidence, the dangers of manipulation, and the intricate relationship between personality disorders and violent crime. Researchers emphasized that his behaviors, both confessed and observed, offered insight into prevention, detection, and the understanding of serial offenses. Albert DeSalvo's prison life ended abruptly in 1973 when he was murdered by another inmate. His death did not resolve the controversies surrounding the Boston Strangler case. Instead, it cemented his legacy as a central, enigmatic figure in American criminal history, a man whose confessions, personality, and criminal actions left a lasting impact on law enforcement, psychology, and public consciousness. In the final analysis, DeSalvo's life in prison illustrates the enduring complexity of criminal behavior. He was a man capable of extraordinary violence and disturbing manipulation, yet also a subject of study, reflection, and insight into the human mind. His imprisonment and psychological evaluation provided a rare window into the mind of a serial offender, even as it left unresolved questions about the full scope of his crimes. Albert DeSalvo's death in 1973 did not close the Boston Strangler case. For decades, questions persisted about the full extent of his crimes, the accuracy of his confessions, and whether other perpetrators might have been involved. The limitations of forensic science in the 1960s had prevented investigators from definitively linking him to the murders. However, advances in DNA testing and forensic technology in the 21st century offered a new opportunity to examine the case and partially confirm DeSalvo's responsibility. The first step toward posthumous investigation involved reviewing old evidence that had been preserved from the original crime scenes. Police and forensic experts located clothing, ligatures, and other materials collected during autopsies, storing them carefully in the hope that future technological developments might provide answers. For decades, these items sat largely unanalyzed, their potential unrealized due to the absence of sophisticated DNA analysis and genetic profiling. In the early 2000s, renewed interest in cold cases and advancements in DNA extraction techniques led investigators to re-examine the Boston Strangler files. Laboratories began testing evidence from several victims, looking for genetic material that could be definitively linked to DeSalvo. The process was painstaking. Decades-old clothing and preserved tissue often contained degraded DNA, requiring careful extraction and amplification to obtain reliable results. Experts had to overcome contamination, deterioration, and incomplete samples, making each step of the investigation technically demanding. The most significant breakthrough came with the testing of evidence from Mary Sullivan, the final victim attributed to the Strangler, who was murdered in 1964. Using modern DNA profiling techniques, forensic scientists successfully isolated genetic material from the crime scene and compared it to DNA samples taken from DeSalvo's surviving relatives. The match was conclusive, establishing for the first time that DeSalvo had been physically present at the scene of Sullivan's murder. This confirmation provided undeniable evidence of his involvement in at least one of the notorious killings and offered partial validation of his confessions. While this DNA confirmation was groundbreaking, it also raised further questions. DeSalvo had confessed to multiple murders, yet the technology could only verify his involvement in a single case. The absence of DNA evidence for other victims left the possibility open that some killings might have been committed by others, or that the confessions themselves were partly inaccurate. Experts emphasized that while the Sullivan link confirmed his role as the Boston Strangler in at least one instance, it did not resolve all uncertainties regarding the total number of murders he committed. The partial confirmation had significant implications for both criminal justice and historical understanding. For law enforcement, it demonstrated the value of preserving evidence and revisiting cold cases with new technology. It also highlighted the evolving capabilities of forensic science. Crimes once considered unsolvable could now be examined with precision, even decades after the fact. This shift provided hope for other unresolved cases, showing that justice could eventually catch up with perpetrators long after their initial crimes. For historians and criminologists, the DNA confirmation reinforced aspects of DeSalvo's psychological profile and criminal behavior. It validated that at least some of his confessions were accurate and suggested that his pattern of targeting women in isolated environments was genuine. Researchers could now study the case with greater confidence in the accuracy of at least part of his narrative, using it to refine models of serial offender behavior and to understand the interplay between confession, psychological compulsion, and forensic evidence. The public reaction to the DNA confirmation was mixed. For some, it provided long-awaited closure, affirming that the man who had terrorized Boston had indeed been linked to a murder. Families of victims who had hoped for validation of DeSalvo's confessions felt a measure of relief. For others, however, the incomplete nature of the confirmation reinforced lingering doubts. The inability to definitively connect him to all the murders left questions about the scope of his crimes and the possible involvement of other perpetrators. Maintaining an air of uncertainty around the case, media coverage of the DNA results reignited national interest in the Boston Strangler story. Documentaries, news reports, and true crime publications highlighted the breakthrough, emphasizing the role of modern science in resolving historic mysteries. The case became a symbol of the intersection between technology, criminal investigation, and justice, illustrating how advancements in DNA profiling could bring clarity to decades-old cases and validate historical confessions. Experts also reflected on the limitations of posthumous investigation. While DNA confirmation provided undeniable evidence for Mary Sullivan's murder, the absence of samples from other victims meant that complete certainty remained unattainable. Some scholars argued that DeSalvo's confessions, while partially accurate, may still include embellishments, omissions, or misattributions. Others suggested that he might have been responsible for additional killings that would never be confirmed, leaving the full story of the Boston Strangler forever partly shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the DNA confirmation represented a critical milestone. It proved that at least one of DeSalvo's confessions was true, giving law enforcement and historians a factual anchor amidst decades of speculation. It also underscored the importance of combining confessional, behavioral, and forensic evidence in understanding serial murder cases, demonstrating how each element contributes to a more complete picture of criminal behavior. In the end, the posthumous investigation into Albert DeSalvo's involvement as the Boston Strangler bridged the gap between historical uncertainty and modern scientific validation. While questions about his sole responsibility and the total number of murders remain, the confirmation through DNA provided clarity, closure, and a tangible connection between a man and one of Boston's most infamous victims. The case stands as a testament to the enduring power of forensic science, the complexities of confession, and the lasting impact of one of America's most notorious serial murder cases. The Boston Strangler case left an indelible mark on the fields of criminal investigation, forensic science, and the emerging practice of criminal profiling. Albert DeSalvo's confessions, his complex psychological profile, and the uncertainties surrounding his crimes provided law enforcement with lessons that would shape investigative methods for decades. While the case remained unresolved in certain aspects, its influence on policing, criminal psychology, and public awareness is undeniable. One of the most significant legacies of the case was the development of offender profiling. Psychologists and law enforcement professionals closely analyzed DeSalvo's behavior, motivations, and methods, attempting to create a profile that could predict future actions or identify other potential offenders. His crimes highlighted the importance of understanding behavioral patterns, the choice of victims, the method of approach, and the psychological compulsion driving the offender. Profiling experts began using these insights to construct models for investigating serial killers, refining their techniques in the process. The Boston Strangler case also emphasized the value of psychological expertise in criminal investigations. Police worked with psychiatrists and psychologists to interpret DeSalvo's confessions, understand his compulsions, and anticipate possible behavior. This collaboration between law enforcement and mental health professionals became a blueprint for modern investigative strategies, demonstrating how behavioral analysis could complement traditional detective work. The case showed that understanding an offender's mind is often as critical as analyzing physical evidence. Forensic science also benefited from the lessons of the Strangler investigation. The challenges of connecting DeSalvo to multiple murders without sufficient physical evidence highlighted the limitations of mid-20th century technology. Investigators learned the importance of preserving crime scene materials, maintaining meticulous records, and collecting samples for potential future analysis. These practices became standard procedure in law enforcement agencies, anticipating the eventual advent of DNA testing and other advanced forensic techniques. The case demonstrated the dangers and challenges of relying solely on confessions. DeSalvo's admissions were detailed and disturbing, but inconsistencies and questions about credibility underscored the need for corroborating evidence. Legal professionals and investigators recognized that confessions, while valuable, could not replace forensic proof. This understanding influenced interrogation practices, evidentiary standards, and the careful documentation of statements in subsequent cases. The Strangler case became a cautionary tale about the balance between psychological insight and empirical verification. Public perception and media involvement also became a focal point of study. The intense coverage of the murders amplified fear, influenced investigative priorities, and even contributed to the potential for copycat crimes. Law enforcement agencies learned that managing public communication and media relations is a critical component of high-profile investigations. The Boston Strangler case illustrated the interplay between societal fear, media sensationalism, and criminal behavior, prompting the development of strategies to inform the public responsibly while protecting investigative integrity. In the realm of criminal justice, the case influenced prosecutorial and investigative decision-making. DeSalvo was never tried for the murders, despite his confessions, illustrating the challenges prosecutors face when evidence is insufficient to meet the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Legal scholars study the case to understand the complexities of plea agreements, confession reliability, and strategic prioritization in prosecutions. It underscored the principle that securing a conviction for lesser crimes can sometimes be the most pragmatic route to ensuring public safety, even if it leaves certain questions unanswered. The Boston Strangler also had a lasting cultural and educational impact. It became a central case study in criminology courses, law enforcement training, and psychological research. Students and professionals examine the case to learn about offender behavior, investigative challenges, and the evolution of forensic and profiling techniques. Its lessons continue to inform modern practices, shaping the way agencies approach serial crimes, cold cases, and high-profile investigations. Another enduring legacy is the advancement of DNA technology. The eventual confirmation of DeSalvo's involvement in Mary Sullivan's murder decades later demonstrated the potential of forensic science to validate historical confessions. It reinforced the importance of evidence preservation and highlighted how modern techniques could provide closure to long unsolved crimes. The Strangler case became a landmark example of how new technology can intersect with historical investigation to enhance justice, even posthumously. The case also left a psychological legacy. It highlighted the potential for compartmentalization in violent offenders, the role of sexual compulsion in serial killings, and the intricate interplay between intelligence, manipulation, and criminal pathology. Researchers continue to analyze DeSalvo's behavior to better understand the profiles of similar offenders. Lessons drawn from his psychological evaluations inform risk assessment, offender management, and preventative strategies in contemporary criminal justice practice. Finally, the Boston Strangler case reshaped societal awareness of personal safety. Public fear prompted changes in behavior, from increased home security to community vigilance, particularly among women. It underscored the vulnerability of isolated individuals and influenced public discourse on safety, urban living, and crime prevention. The case became a reference point for discussions on social policy, policing, and community education about risk reduction. In summary, the legacy of the Boston Strangler case is multifaceted. It advanced the fields of criminal profiling, forensic science, psychological analysis, and investigative strategy. It offered cautionary lessons on the limitations of confessions and the importance of corroborating evidence. It reshaped public awareness, legal practice, and media relations. While uncertainties about the full scope of Albert DeSalvo's crimes remain, the case fundamentally transformed the study and practice of criminal justice, leaving a lasting imprint on both law enforcement and society at large. The Boston Strangler remains not only a historical figure of terror, but also a catalyst for enduring advancements in criminal investigation, providing lessons that continue to guide the pursuit of justice in the modern era. The Boston Strangler case captured the attention of the nation, not only because of its brutality, but also due to the enduring mystery surrounding Albert DeSalvo's confessions. Over time, the case evolved beyond a criminal investigation into a cultural phenomenon, inspiring books, documentaries, films, and television adaptations. These portrayals shaped public perception, contributed to ongoing fascination with the Strangler, and reflected broader societal anxieties about crime, vulnerability, and justice. One of the earliest media interpretations came in the form of nonfiction writing. Authors such as Gerald Frank, whose book The Boston Strangler was published in 1966, sought to chronicle the events with detail and analysis. Frank's work combined investigative reporting, interviews, and DeSalvo's confessions, creating a narrative that brought the story to a wide audience. The book highlighted the psychological complexity of the killer, the investigative challenges faced by police, and the social climate of fear that pervaded Boston. Its success underscored the public's appetite for true crime stories, particularly those involving serial killers. Frank's book was subsequently adapted into a 1968 film, also titled The Boston Strangler, starring Tony Curtis as DeSalvo. The film dramatized the murders while exploring the psychological motivations of the killer, emphasizing both suspense and the tension between appearance and hidden violence, while Hollywood took certain liberties with events and timelines. The adaptation solidified the Strangler's place in popular culture and reinforced the public's fascination with the case. It also highlighted the ethical complexities of portraying real, life crimes on screen, balancing storytelling with respect for victims and historical accuracy. Television further contributed to the narrative. Documentaries and true crime specials revisited the murders, incorporating interviews with surviving investigators, family members, and experts in psychology and criminology. These programs provided both education and entertainment, allowing viewers to explore the details of the crimes while examining investigative methods. The recurring theme in these portrayals was the psychological profile of the offender. How a seemingly ordinary man could commit such heinous acts undetected for years. This focus on the human mind, rather than solely on the crimes themselves, added depth to the public understanding of serial killers. Books and academic studies also continued to examine the case decades after the murders. Criminologists, psychologists, and forensic experts analyzed DeSalvo's confessions, the forensic limitations of the time, and the broader implications for law enforcement. Works explored the questions left unanswered. Was DeSalvo solely responsible, or copycats involved? How did societal factors influence the investigation and media coverage? These scholarly treatments positioned the Boston Strangler case not just as a series of crimes, but as a seminal study in criminal psychology and investigative methodology. The media's portrayal of the case also influenced public perceptions of safety and urban life. By emphasizing the vulnerability of women living alone and the cunning methods of the killer, these stories contributed to a climate of caution and heightened awareness. Films, television specials, and books often portrayed isolated city apartments, as spaces of danger, reinforcing real-world concerns and prompting changes in personal behavior. Locks, security measures, and neighborhood vigilance became part of a broader cultural response influenced, in part, by these portrayals. Interestingly, the Boston Strangler case also became a reference point in broader discussions about criminal profiling. The media coverage highlighted DeSalvo's psychological traits, manipulation, charm, compartmentalization, and compulsive behavior as key factors in understanding serial offenders. This focus contributed to the development of profiling as a field, with practitioners studying media reports, confessions, and criminal patterns to improve prediction and investigation of future offenders. In this way, cultural representation intersected directly with professional practice. True crime authors and filmmakers also grappled with ethical concerns. Portraying real victims and crimes required careful attention to accuracy, sensitivity, and impact. While some adaptations sensationalized the murders for dramatic effect, others sought to honor the memory of victims and examine the societal implications of the crimes. This tension between storytelling and ethics became a recurring challenge in media. Representations of the Boston Strangler influencing how future cases were adapted and discussed. In recent years, the case has seen renewed attention through documentaries, podcasts, and streaming platforms. These modern portrayals often incorporate new forensic findings, such as DNA confirmation of DeSalvo's involvement in Mary Sullivan's murder, and revisit historical controversies with updated perspectives. They explore the intersections of confession, evidence, psychology, and media influence, offering audiences a more nuanced understanding of the case. This contemporary coverage demonstrates the enduring relevance of the Boston Strangler story, both as a true crime narrative and as a study in societal response to serial murder. The Boston Strangler case also influenced the genre of true crime itself. Its combination of confessions, investigative drama, psychological insight, and unresolved questions became a blueprint for storytelling in literature, film, and television. Later works in the genre often reference the case, drawing parallels in methodology, narrative structure, and the exploration of human psychology. It became a touchstone for examining the interplay between criminal behavior, media portrayal, and public perception. Ultimately, the media representations of the Boston Strangler case serve as both historical documentation and cultural artifact. They capture the terror, intrigue, and societal impact of Albert DeSalvo's crimes while exploring the complexities of criminal psychology, investigation, and justice. Through books, films, television, and modern media, the story of the Boston Strangler continues to resonate, offering lessons about fear, human behavior, and the enduring challenge of understanding and responding to violent crime. In conclusion, the Boston Strangler's portrayal in media has ensured that the case remains one of the most studied and referenced in American criminal history. It has influenced law enforcement, psychological profiling, and public consciousness, bridging the gap between factual investigation and cultural reflection. By examining both the events themselves and the ways they have been represented, society gains insight not only into the crimes, but into the broader human response to violence, mystery, and fear. The Boston Strangler case had a profound effect on society, particularly on women living in urban environments. The murders and the pervasive fear they generated prompted changes in personal behavior, community vigilance, and public policy. Albert DeSalvo's crimes highlighted vulnerabilities in everyday life, particularly for women living alone, and reshaped societal approaches to safety, trust, and urban living. During the height of the Boston Strangler murders, women across Boston and other cities began altering their routines to avoid potential danger. Walking alone, traveling at night, and even opening doors for strangers became increasingly risky behaviors. Locks, peepholes, and security measures became essential in apartments and homes. Women's awareness of their surroundings intensified, reflecting the immediate psychological impact of a predator operating undetected within the community. These behavioral adaptations persisted long after DeSalvo's arrest, leaving a lasting imprint on urban life. Neighborhoods also responded collectively. Residents formed watch groups, communicated regularly about suspicious activity, and sought reassurance from local police. The murders emphasized the need for community cohesion in ensuring safety. This period marked a shift in urban social dynamics, with neighbors paying closer attention to each other's well-being, particularly in areas where vulnerable populations, elderly women, or those living alone, resided. The Strangler's crimes highlighted how fear could galvanize communities to adopt preventative measures and establish informal safety networks. The case also raised awareness about the limitations of law enforcement in protecting individual citizens. Police departments faced scrutiny over investigative delays, the inability to prevent subsequent murders, and challenges in tracking a cunning offender. These failures, or perceived failures, prompted discussions about improving public safety infrastructure, increasing patrols in high-risk areas, and enhancing coordination among law enforcement agencies. The Boston Strangler case became an example of the need for proactive policing and better urban crime prevention strategies. Public discourse increasingly focused on women's vulnerability in urban environments. Experts, policymakers, and journalists debated the social, economic, and architectural factors that contributed to risk. Apartment design, neighborhood layout, and street lighting were examined for their role in personal safety. The murders prompted discussions about urban planning that prioritized security, including the installation of better lighting, secure entry systems, and public awareness campaigns targeting both men and women about avoiding risky situations. The Boston Strangler also contributed to the emergence of women's self-defense training as a cultural response to fear. Community centers and advocacy groups began offering courses in situational awareness, personal protection, and defensive tactics. While these measures could not prevent all crimes, they provided a sense of empowerment and agency for women navigating an environment perceived as unsafe. The case highlighted the intersection of criminal behavior and social response, demonstrating how high-profile crimes can directly influence cultural practices and educational initiatives. Media coverage played a dual role in shaping societal response. On one hand, detailed reporting heightened fear and anxiety, contributing to public paranoia. On the other, media attention raised awareness about protective measures and prompted dialogue about personal and communal safety. Women were encouraged to adopt precautions, and neighborhoods were motivated to organize collectively. The Strangler case demonstrated how information dissemination could simultaneously educate and alarm, influencing behavior on a broad scale. The psychological impact on women was profound. Living with the knowledge of an active serial killer in their city affected mental health, daily routines, and perceptions of safety. Fear became a constant companion, altering social interactions and personal freedom. Psychologists studying the case noted that women's anxiety during this period was a direct response to both the real threat posed by the DeSalvo and the symbolic representation of danger that the media and societal conversation amplified. This combination of tangible and psychological threat had lasting effects on the city's female population. Policy implications also emerged from the case. Lawmakers and city officials explored measures to improve urban safety, including mandatory reporting of suspicious activity, enhanced police presence in vulnerable neighborhoods, and public education campaigns. Housing regulations began to incorporate security considerations, and public authorities acknowledged the importance of preventive measures in reducing crime. Related fear. The Strangler case illustrated that criminal acts could drive structural and policy changes aimed at protecting the population, particularly marginalized or at-risk groups. The Boston Strangler case also prompted a broader societal reflection on gendered vulnerability. Discussions about the relationship between women and urban spaces became more prominent, highlighting systemic factors that exposed certain populations to higher risks. Researchers and sociologists used the case to examine societal attitudes toward women, victim blaming, and the need for institutional support. In this sense, the Strangler's crimes acted as a catalyst for dialogue on gender, safety, and societal responsibility. Over time, the legacy of the Boston Strangler in shaping societal behavior remained evident. Personal security habits, neighborhood vigilance, and public safety initiatives continued to influence urban living. The fear instilled by the murders lingered in collective memory, shaping how citizens perceived crime, assessed risk, and engaged with law enforcement. Even as forensic and investigative techniques advanced, the social lessons of the case endured, demonstrating that the impact of violent crime extends far beyond the immediate victims. In conclusion, the Boston Strangler case fundamentally transformed women's approaches to personal safety, urban communities' sense of security, and public policy priorities. Albert DeSalvo's actions underscored vulnerabilities inherent in city life, prompting practical, psychological, and policy-driven responses. The case remains a stark example of how a serial killer can influence society at multiple levels: behaviorally, socially, and institutionally. leaving a legacy that extends beyond crime statistics and into the everyday lives of those affected. Even decades after the arrest, confessions, and eventual death of Albert DeSalvo, the Boston Strangler case continues to inspire debate and speculation. While DNA evidence has partially confirmed his involvement in Mary Sullivan's murder, many questions remain unanswered. Scholars, criminologists, journalists, and the public continue to examine inconsistencies in DeSalvo's confessions, potential copycat crimes, and the possibility that multiple perpetrators were involved. The case, therefore, remains one of America's most enigmatic criminal mysteries. A central point of debate concerns the accuracy and completeness of DeSalvo's confessions. Although he admitted to strangling 13 women, experts have questioned whether he committed all of the murders attributed to the Strangler. Some confessions were inconsistent in details, timelines, or descriptions of victims and crime scenes. Critics argue that DeSalvo may have exaggerated his involvement to gain notoriety or psychological satisfaction. This has fueled ongoing discussions about the reliability of confessions, especially when not corroborated by physical evidence. The possibility of multiple killers operating simultaneously is another unresolved aspect. Boston in the early 1960s was a bustling urban environment with vulnerable populations, particularly women living alone. Some investigators and criminologists speculate that other offenders may have exploited the climate of fear created by the Strangler, committing murders that were then attributed to DeSalvo. Differences in victim profiles, age, lifestyle, and location further complicate the question of whether a single perpetrator could have been responsible for all killings. These uncertainties have given rise to numerous conspiracy theories. Some theorists suggest that law enforcement may have prematurely closed cases once DeSalvo confessed, prioritizing expediency over exhaustive verification. Others propose that his confessions were manipulated or encouraged under high-pressure interrogation tactics, casting doubt on whether the full truth was ever documented. While these claims remain speculative, they underscore the challenges in establishing definitive facts in high-profile criminal cases. Another aspect of debate concerns potential motives beyond those acknowledged. DeSalvo described a psychological compulsion towards strangulation and sexual domination, yet some criminologists argue that additional factors, such as underlying psychopathy, early childhood trauma, or social influences, may have contributed. The complexity of his personality, combined with the cultural and investigative environment of 1960s Boston, makes it difficult to separate individual pathology from circumstantial factors, leaving many questions about why and how the crimes occurred. Skeptics have also examined inconsistencies in the investigative timeline. While police diligently pursued leads, procedural limitations, incomplete evidence collection, and reliance on confessions left gaps in the official record. For example, certain victims' cases contained details that did not perfectly align with DeSalvo's descriptions, fueling speculation about other perpetrators. Critics argue that these gaps may reflect not only the imperfections of mid-20th century investigative methods, but also potential oversight or misinterpretation. Public fascination with the Boston Strangler has further perpetuated theories and debates. Books, documentaries, podcasts, and academic studies frequently revisit the case, exploring alternative explanations, revisiting evidence, and reanalyzing confessions. Each new generation of researchers brings fresh perspectives, questioning prior conclusions and considering the broader context of societal, psychological, and forensic factors. In this way, the case remains an open-ended subject for inquiry rather than a closed historical narrative. Some conspiracy theories take a more sensational approach. These include claims that DeSalvo may have been part of a network of offenders, or that certain murders were deliberately misattributed for political, social, or procedural reasons. While these ideas are often speculative, they highlight a fundamental truth about the case. Its complexity and incomplete documentation make it fertile ground for debate, interpretation, and imagination. The enduring uncertainty ensures that the Boston Strangler remains a source of intrigue and study. The partial DNA confirmation of DeSalvo's involvement in Mary Sullivan's murder provided some closure, but it did not resolve all questions. While it validated at least part of his confessions, it also emphasized that the full scope of his crimes may never be known. The possibility of additional killers or unverified murders continues to fuel discussions in academic, professional, and public arenas. Scholars emphasize that uncertainty does not negate the lessons of the case. Rather, it illustrates the challenges inherent in criminal investigation, historical documentation, and human behavior. In addition to the forensic and investigative debates, the case continues to inform contemporary approaches to crime prevention and criminal profiling. Modern law enforcement agencies examine the Boston Strangler as a case study in the importance of evidence corroboration, behavioral analysis, and interagency coordination. Analysts consider both confirmed and disputed aspects of the case, highlighting the role of uncertainty in shaping procedural improvements and preventative measures. In this sense, the unsolved questions themselves provide educational value. Ultimately, the ongoing debates surrounding the Boston Strangler reflect a broader tension between known facts and unresolved mysteries. DeSalvo's confessions, partially verified by DNA, offer insight into his motivations and methods. Yet inconsistencies, unanswered questions, and the potential for additional perpetrators leave the story incomplete. This tension between certainty and ambiguity captures the public imagination, sustaining interest and ensuring the case remains a touchstone in American criminal history. In conclusion, the Boston Strangler case endures not only for its brutality, but also for the mysteries that surround it. Unresolved questions, conspiracy theories, and continuing debate about DeSalvo's full culpability keep the case alive in scholarly, investigative, and cultural contexts. It stands as a reminder of the limits of evidence, the complexity of human behavior, and the challenges of reconciling confession with verification. Even decades later, the Boston Strangler remains a symbol of both terror and intrigue, demonstrating how some crimes resist absolute closure while continuing to shape understanding of crime, justice, and society. Behind every headline, confession, and public fascination with the Boston Strangler, there were real people whose lives were shattered, the victims and their families. While Albert DeSalvo became the infamous face of terror, the emotional toll on the families of his victims was profound, long-lasting, and often overlooked. These families faced the dual challenges of grieving unimaginable loss while confronting the uncertainty, controversy, and sensationalism surrounding the case. For many families, the murders triggered an enduring sense of fear and vulnerability. Losing a loved one to such brutal violence left a permanent mark on their lives. Parents, siblings, and children struggled to reconcile the fact that someone had intruded into their private spaces and committed heinous acts with calculated cruelty. The psychological impact extended far beyond the immediate aftermath, shaping their perceptions of safety, trust, and community. Some families reported heightened anxiety for years, fearing that additional attacks might occur or that justice might never be fully served. The investigative process added further strain. While police pursued leads and gathered evidence, families were often caught in a web of uncertainty. Confessions from Albert DeSalvo, although seemingly detailed, contained inconsistencies that left some relatives questioning whether the correct perpetrator had been identified. This ambiguity created emotional tension, as families wanted both closure and certainty, two things that the limitations of forensic technology and investigative practices could not always provide. Media coverage further complicated the grieving process. Newspapers, television programs, and later books and films highlighted the Strangler's crimes in graphic detail. While these stories informed the public, they also sensationalized the tragedies, turning the victims' suffering into a subject of public fascination. Families had to navigate the additional trauma of seeing their loved ones' deaths portrayed repeatedly in the media, sometimes with inaccuracies or dramatizations that distorted the reality of their loss. The intrusion of public attention often intensified feelings of helplessness, anger, and sorrow. Some families became advocates for improved safety measures and victims' rights. Motivated by personal tragedy, they campaigned for better law enforcement practices, more thorough investigations, and policies to protect vulnerable populations. Their efforts helped to shine a light on issues that extended beyond the Boston Strangler case, including urban safety, personal security, and the importance of evidence preservation. In this way, grief was transformed into activism, allowing families to contribute to societal change, even as they navigated their personal pain. Psychologists and grief counselors noted the unique challenges faced by the victims' families. Unlike sudden accidents or natural deaths, these murders were deliberate, predatory acts that disrupted the natural order of life. Families struggled with questions of why and how, seeking explanations for crimes that, in some cases, might never be fully understood. The combination of personal loss, public attention, and ongoing investigative ambiguity created a complex grief process, requiring long-term support and coping strategies. For some families, justice felt incomplete. Although DeSalvo was convicted for sexual assaults and later confirmed through DNA to be responsible for Mary Sullivan's murder, he was never formally tried for all of the Strangler murders. This left certain relatives feeling that the legal system had not fully acknowledged their loved ones' deaths. Some expressed frustration over investigative gaps, delays, and the reliance on confessions rather than physical evidence. The partial resolution offered by DNA evidence decades later brought some solace, but could not erase years of uncertainty and emotional suffering. Memories of the victims themselves were often overshadowed by public focus on the perpetrator. Families worked to preserve their loved ones' identities beyond the label of victim. They shared personal stories, photographs, and recollections, emphasizing the individuality and humanity of those who had been killed. These efforts served as both a form of remembrance and a way to humanize the broader narrative, which had sometimes reduced victims to mere statistics or plot points in media coverage. The emotional aftermath extended into everyday life. Families reported ongoing vigilance, heightened anxiety about personal safety, and challenges in trusting others. The murders had disrupted not only the immediate circle of relatives, but also the wider social network of friends and neighbors. Communities in Boston and surrounding areas were similarly affected, with heightened awareness of crime and increased collective anxiety that persisted for years. Some families found support in each other. Relatives of different victims connected to share experiences, coping strategies, and mutual understanding. These informal networks provided emotional support, practical advice, and a sense of solidarity in navigating grief and fear. They also became forums for advocacy, helping to amplify calls for justice, improved law enforcement practices, and recognition of victims' needs. In conclusion, the Boston Strangler case illustrates that the impact of violent crime extends far beyond the act itself. Families of victims endured profound psychological, emotional, and social consequences, grappling with grief, uncertainty, and public attention. Their struggles highlight the human cost of serial crime, emphasizing the importance of victim-centered support, justice, and societal recognition. While Albert DeSalvo's crimes remain notorious, the stories of the families remind us that the true victims are more than statistics. They are the human beings whose lives were irrevocably altered by acts of violence, whose experiences continue to inform discussions on justice, safety, and societal responsibility. The Boston Strangler case, unfolding in the early 1960s, exposed both the limitations and the potential of contemporary investigative methods. Albert DeSalvo's confessions and the inability to conclusively link him to all the murders highlighted significant gaps in forensic science, record keeping, and crime scene analysis. Over time, the case became a catalyst for advances in forensic technology, investigative procedures, and the systematic approach to serial crimes, leaving a lasting imprint on law enforcement practices. During the original investigation, detectives relied heavily on interviews, witness testimony, and DeSalvo's confessions. physical evidence played a secondary role, largely because technological capabilities were limited. Tools such as fingerprinting and microscopic hair analysis were employed, but DNA testing, which would later confirm DeSalvo's involvement in Mary Sullivan's murder, was non-existent. The reliance on confessions, combined with inconsistent documentation and varying levels of training among officers, underscored the need for more rigorous, scientifically grounded investigative procedures. One of the earliest lessons from the case was the importance of preserving evidence for future analysis. Investigators had to store clothing, autopsy samples, and crime scene materials in anticipation that technology might improve. While some evidence was lost or degraded over the years, items that were preserved became crucial when DNA technology matured decades later. This foresight highlighted the need for meticulous record keeping, proper evidence storage, and long-term planning in criminal investigations, principles that have become standard in modern forensic practice. The Boston Strangler case also influenced the development of criminal profiling. Behavioral analysis, then in its infancy, gained traction as a tool to understand patterns of serial offenders. DeSalvo's confessions provided insights into his methods, compulsions, and psychological tendencies. Law enforcement and psychologists studied the timing of attacks, selection of victims, and behavioral signatures such as strangulation and the use of isolated residences. These observations helped shape early profiling techniques, later formalized by organizations like the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit. Profiling evolved to anticipate offender behavior, narrow suspect pools, and inform investigative strategy, a practice now integral to modern law enforcement. Another key advancement inspired by the case was in forensic documentation and photography. Investigators realized the necessity of detailed crime scene records, including photographs, sketches, and written descriptions. Such documentation allows for review and analysis long after the crime occurs, particularly in cold cases. The Boston Strangler murders demonstrated that without careful, systematic recording, evidence could be misinterpreted or overlooked, delaying justice and complicating future inquiries. The eventual application of DNA testing to the case underscored the transformative impact of molecular biology on criminal investigation. When evidence from Mary Sullivan's murder was analyzed decades later, the resulting match to Albert DeSalvo confirmed his presence and partially validated his confessions. This milestone illustrated how forensic science could bridge historical gaps, providing closure even in cases long considered unsolvable. It also emphasized the importance of developing and maintaining procedures that allow for re-examination of evidence as technology evolves. Beyond DNA, the case influenced investigative methodologies such as linkage analysis and statistical crime mapping. Analysts began to compare behavioral patterns across multiple crimes, looking for consistent signatures, geographic tendencies, and temporal sequences. These techniques help distinguish serial offenders from unrelated criminals and have become central to modern criminal investigations. The Strangler case served as a practical demonstration of why careful pattern recognition and behavioral analysis are essential in complex serial crime investigations. Interrogation practices were also re-examined in light of the case. DeSalvo's confessions, while detailed, included inconsistencies and possible embellishments, highlighting the psychological dynamics of high-pressure questioning. Law enforcement professionals learned to balance the need for information with safeguards against coerced or inaccurate statements. Modern interrogation techniques now emphasize ethical standards, corroboration of confessions, and recording procedures to protect both investigators and suspects. The Boston Strangler case remains a key study in interrogation strategy, illustrating potential pitfalls and best practices. Training and specialization emerged as another important lesson. Detectives recognized that understanding serial offenses required not only procedural knowledge, but also expertise in psychology, criminal behavior, and forensic science. The case helped inspire the creation of specialized units and task forces dedicated to complex investigations. These units combine investigative experience, behavioral insight, and scientific expertise to address challenges posed by serial offenders, improving both accuracy and efficiency. Finally, the Boston Strangler case highlighted the importance of inter-agency cooperation. Information sharing between local, state, and federal authorities was limited in the 1960s, sometimes hampering investigations. Modern law enforcement has since prioritized collaboration, joint task forces, and centralized databases, ensuring that information about suspects, crime scenes, and forensic findings can be accessed and cross-referenced effectively. The case serves as a historical benchmark, demonstrating the consequences of fragmented communication and the value of coordinated efforts. In conclusion, the Boston Strangler case played a pivotal role in shaping forensic science and investigative techniques, from evidence preservation and DNA testing to criminal profiling, behavioral analysis, and interagency cooperation. Lessons learned from this high-profile case continue to influence modern policing. While Albert DeSalvo's crimes were horrific, they catalyzed improvements that have enhanced law enforcement's ability to investigate, prevent, and solve complex crimes. The case remains a foundational study in the evolution of forensic science and the professionalization of criminal investigation, providing enduring guidance for generations of investigators, psychologists, and forensic experts. The Boston Strangler case exposed not only the limitations of forensic science in the 1960s, but also the complex legal and ethical dilemmas surrounding the prosecution of serial offenders. While Albert DeSalvo confessed to the murders, he was never formally tried or convicted for them. Instead, he was sentenced to life in prison for a series of unrelated sexual assaults known as the Green Man crimes. This outcome raised troubling questions. How should the justice system handle cases built on confessions without sufficient evidence? What ethical obligations do prosecutors and defense attorneys face when facts remain uncertain? And how can society balance the pursuit of justice with the protection of constitutional rights? One of the foremost legal challenges was the absence of direct physical evidence linking DeSalvo to most of the murders. Without DNA technology, prosecutors relied on circumstantial details, witness testimony, and DeSalvo's own words. Yet confessions, as history has shown, can be unreliable. Suspects may embellish, fabricate, or even falsely confess due to psychological pressures, coercion, or personal motivations. DeSalvo's willingness to recount the murders in graphic detail made him appear credible, but inconsistencies and errors raised doubts. Prosecutors were faced with the ethical dilemma of whether to pursue charges for crimes they could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The principle of innocent until proven guilty stood at the heart of this dilemma. Charging DeSalvo with the Strangler murders without sufficient evidence could have violated his constitutional rights. At the same time, failing to prosecute risked leaving families without closure and society without formal accountability. The legal system thus found itself caught between two imperatives: upholding due process and satisfying the demand for justice. In DeSalvo's case, authorities chose to secure a conviction for his other crimes, ensuring he was imprisoned, while leaving the Strangler murders unresolved in court. This decision sparked ethical debates that endure to this day. Some argued that ensuring DeSalvo's incarceration, even for unrelated crimes, was sufficient to protect society. Others insisted that true justice required a trial specifically addressing the murders. The situation highlighted a broader legal challenge: how to balance practical outcomes with moral obligations in cases involving high-profile crimes. Defense attorneys in the Strangler case also faced unique ethical challenges. Representing a client who openly confessed to multiple murders, whether true or not, required balancing professional duty with public outrage. Defense lawyers are bound to uphold their clients' rights, regardless of guilt or innocence. In DeSalvo's case, his attorneys had to navigate the possibility that their client was either a dangerous serial killer or an individual taking responsibility for crimes he did not commit. This uncertainty complicated their ethical responsibilities, illustrating the difficulties faced by defense teams in notorious cases. Another significant issue was the role of plea bargaining. DeSalvo's attorney, F. Lee Bailey, attempted to negotiate a deal in which his client would avoid the death penalty in exchange for a guilty plea. However, because DeSalvo was never formally charged with the Strangler murders, the plea deal centered on his sexual assault cases. This outcome frustrated many observers, as it seemed to sidestep the central crimes that had terrorized Boston. The case demonstrated how plea bargaining, while practical in securing convictions, can sometimes leave broader questions of justice unresolved. The media's role also introduced legal and ethical complications. Intense press coverage shaped public opinion and potentially influenced legal proceedings. Courts had to consider whether a fair trial could even be conducted amid such widespread publicity. Judges and attorneys struggled with the ethical question of how to protect the integrity of the legal process, while acknowledging the media's role in informing the public. This tension between transparency and impartiality became particularly pronounced in the Strangler case. setting precedents for how courts manage media involvement in high-profile trials. The case also exposed gaps in legal frameworks for dealing with serial crimes. At the time, law enforcement and prosecutors lacked the specialized training and resources needed for complex, multi-jurisdictional investigations. Legal procedures for consolidating evidence across multiple cases were underdeveloped, making it difficult to prosecute a suspect for crimes committed in different districts. The Boston Strangler murders underscored the need for reform, leading to improvements in how serial offenses are legally pursued and prosecuted. Ethically, the case highlighted society's responsibility to victims and their families. While the justice system is bound by evidence and legal standards, families often seek acknowledgement of their loved ones' suffering. The lack of formal convictions in the Strangler murders left many relatives feeling abandoned by the system. This tension between legal procedure and emotional justice remains a challenge in modern cases, where the demand for closure often clashes with the limitations of evidence. Another ethical dimension involves the treatment of confessions in high-pressure interrogations. DeSalvo's detailed admissions fascinated the public, but experts continue to debate whether his statements were influenced by psychological manipulation, a desire for fame, or the influence of his attorney. The case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of relying too heavily on confessions without corroborating evidence. Modern legal standards now require greater scrutiny of confessions, with courts demanding independent verification to guard against miscarriages of justice. In retrospect, the Boston Strangler case illustrates the intersection of law, ethics, and public perception in prosecuting serial offenders. It revealed the limits of the justice system when evidence is lacking, the challenges of safeguarding defendants' rights amid public outrage, and the difficulties of balancing closure for victims with constitutional protections. The case also reinforced the importance of ethical responsibility for all participants in the legal process: police, prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, and the media alike. In conclusion, the prosecution of Albert DeSalvo and the broader Boston Strangler case highlight enduring legal and ethical challenges in addressing serial crimes. The reliance on confessions, the absence of trials for the murders, and the reliance on alternative convictions left many unresolved questions. Yet the case also provided crucial lessons, shaping modern standards of evidence, interrogation, media management, and victims' rights. It remains a defining example of the delicate balance between justice and due process, demonstrating how the pursuit of truth in the courtroom is as complex and fraught as the crimes themselves. After his arrest and conviction for the Green Man sexual assault cases, Albert DeSalvo entered prison with the label of the Boston Strangler looming over him, despite never being officially convicted of those murders. His years behind bars were marked by notoriety, complex psychological struggles, and ultimately, a violent and mysterious death that left lingering questions about whether justice had truly been served. Once imprisoned, DeSalvo was transferred to the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Walpole, one of the state's maximum security prisons. From the beginning, he was both a high-profile inmate and a lightning rod for controversy. Other prisoners, guards, and even prison officials knew his name. The media had painted him as the monster who had terrorized Boston. And though the courts had not officially tied him to the killings, his reputation followed him everywhere. Within prison walls, that reputation carried a dangerous weight. Life inside for DeSalvo was a strange mix of notoriety and isolation. On the one hand, his crimes, if true, earned him a kind of twisted respect from some inmates, the type given to men whose actions had carved their names into infamy. On the other hand, many prisoners despised him for targeting women, especially older or vulnerable victims. In prison culture, such crimes were often considered dishonorable, leading to hostility and threats from fellow inmates. As a result, DeSalvo frequently found himself navigating dangerous social dynamics where admiration and hatred coexisted uneasily. Psychologically, DeSalvo struggled with the burden of his own confession. At times, he appeared to embrace his identity as the Strangler, speaking about the murders in graphic detail as if they were part of his legacy. At other moments, he withdrew, expressing doubt or even denying responsibility. These contradictions raised the question of whether his earlier confessions had been entirely genuine or influenced by outside forces, such as the desire for notoriety or manipulation by his attorney. Prison psychiatrists noted that he exhibited traits consistent with narcissism and possible psychopathy, but they also observed his vulnerability. He craved recognition and validation, even if it came through infamy. During his imprisonment, DeSalvo continued to correspond with journalists, lawyers, and researchers who were fascinated by his case. Some of his letters revealed an almost performative side, as though he were curating his own legend. He seemed to understand that his name was etched into history, and he occasionally appeared to enjoy feeding the public's morbid curiosity. Yet beneath this bravado, there were glimpses of fear and despair. In private conversations, DeSalvo reportedly worried about his safety, claiming he knew too much about corruption inside the prison system. Whether these claims were paranoia or grounded in reality remains uncertain. The most chilling chapter of DeSalvo's prison years unfolded in 1973. On November 25 of that year, Albert DeSalvo was found stabbed to death in the infirmary wing of Walpole Prison. He had suffered multiple wounds, including one to the heart. Despite being housed in a maximum security facility, the killer, or killers, had managed to reach him and carry out the attack. The news shocked the public, reopening old wounds from the Strangler case and sparking new theories about who might have wanted him dead. The circumstances of DeSalvo's murder remained shrouded in mystery. Officially, prison investigators suggested the killing may have been related to drug trafficking inside Walpole. At the time, the prison was plagued with violence, contraband, and corruption. Some believed DeSalvo had gotten involved with the wrong people and paid the price. Others speculated that fellow inmates, disgusted by his crimes against women, had orchestrated the attack as a form of vigilante justice. Yet a darker theory suggested something more sinister, that DeSalvo's death had been a silencing shortly before his murder. DeSalvo had reportedly told family, members, and fellow inmates that he was preparing to reveal new information about the Boston Strangler murders. According to his family, he had hinted at knowing the identity of the real killer, or at least possessing details that would change public understanding of the case. If true, this meant that DeSalvo's death conveniently prevented him from ever publicly clarifying his role, or lack thereof, in the murders. Theories of a cover-up quickly spread. Some pointed to the inconsistencies in his confession and argued that powerful individuals may have wanted the case closed, regardless of the truth. Others suggested that rival inmates or corrupt prison officials eliminated him to protect secrets tied to organized crime or prison smuggling operations. Whatever the motive, the fact remained that a man who had confessed to terrorizing an entire city was murdered behind bars in a supposedly secure environment. Forensic examination of DeSalvo's death only deepened the mystery. Despite multiple stab wounds, no one was ever officially charged with his murder. Investigators claimed to have leads, but failed to secure convictions, leaving the case unsolved. This mirrored the unresolved nature of the Boston Strangler murders themselves, creating an eerie parallel. Just as the city never received definitive answers about the killings, the public never learned the truth about DeSalvo's death. DeSalvo's murder reignited debates over his identity as the Strangler. Some saw his violent end as poetic justice, the ultimate punishment for crimes he may or may not have committed. Others felt it robbed the world of potential answers. If he had indeed planned to reveal new details, those secrets died with him. The families of the victims were left once again in a limbo of uncertainty, denied both justice in court and clarity from the man who had claimed responsibility. In the years that followed, DeSalvo's death became a cornerstone of the Boston Strangler narrative. For some, it cemented his legacy as the killer, a man who lived and died violently. For others, it raised more questions than it answered. Was he silenced to prevent the truth from emerging? Did his death prove that he had been more pawn than monster, caught in a web of lies and manipulation? What remains undeniable is that Albert DeSalvo's prison years and his death encapsulated the contradictions of the Boston Strangler case. He was a man both vilified and doubted, imprisoned for crimes he undeniably committed, but never tried for the murders that defined his infamy. His life behind bars highlighted the psychological complexity of a man who thrived on attention, yet feared retribution. His murder underscored the chaos and corruption of the prison system in the 1970s, and his death ensured that the full truth about the Boston Strangler may never be known. In the end, DeSalvo's prison years did not resolve the mystery, but deepened it. His violent death echoed the brutality of the murders he confessed to, and the unanswered questions surrounding his final days ensured that the case would live on in speculation, debate, even in death. Albert DeSalvo remained at the center of one of America's most haunting unsolved mysteries. A man whose story blurred the line between guilt and innocence, truth and myth. The murder of Albert DeSalvo inside Walpole Prison in November 1973 sent shockwaves through Massachusetts and beyond. For a man who had confessed to some of the most notorious crimes in American history, his sudden and violent death felt almost inevitable to some. Yet to others, it left a gaping hole in the search for truth. In the wake of his killing, the public, the media, and the families of the Boston Strangler's victims grappled with renewed uncertainty. Instead of resolving the mystery, DeSalvo's death only deepened the cloud of doubt that had hovered over the case since the very beginning. News of the stabbing spread quickly. Newspaper headlines screamed of the Strangler's bloody end, framing it as a final act of poetic justice. For many members of the public, especially those who had lived in Boston during the terrifying years of the Strangler murders, the news felt like closure. The man who had confessed to brutally strangling 13 women was now dead, himself killed violently. To them, it was karmic balance. The predator had become prey. But beneath the surface, not everyone accepted this as closure. Families of the victims expressed mixed emotions. Some felt relief, believing that the monster who had stolen their loved ones' lives was finally gone. Others, however, were furious. They had hoped for answers, for some kind of finality that only a courtroom trial could provide. DeSalvo's murder robbed them of the chance to see him formally confronted with the evidence, forced to answer questions, and judged for the murders he had admitted to committing. Instead, they were left with more uncertainty, unsure if the man dead in Walpole was truly the killer of their daughters, sisters, or mothers. The authorities faced immediate pressure. The Massachusetts Department of Corrections launched an investigation into how DeSalvo had been murdered inside a maximum security prison. Walpole was notorious for violence, gang rivalries, and contraband. But the idea that one of its most infamous inmates could be killed so brazenly embarrassed officials. Rumors quickly spread about lax security, corruption, and possible complicity by guards or administrators. Investigators insisted they were pursuing leads, but within months the case stalled, and no one was ever convicted of DeSalvo's murder. This failure only fueled conspiracy theories. Some speculated that prison officials had turned a blind eye, either as punishment for DeSalvo's crimes or as part of a larger plot to silence him. Others believed fellow inmates had orchestrated the killing as revenge, disgusted by his reputation as a predator of women. Still others pointed to DeSalvo's own statements shortly before his death, when he allegedly told family members he had new revelations about the Strangler murders. If he had intended to share the truth, then his sudden death seemed suspiciously convenient. The media seized on these theories, keeping the case alive in headlines and television specials. Journalists debated whether DeSalvo's death was an act of retribution or part of a cover-up. Some suggested organized crime connections, noting that Walpole was rife with smuggling and gang influence. Others pointed out the eerie coincidence that the Strangler murders themselves had never been fully resolved, and now the man tied most closely to them had been silenced forever. The narrative was irresistible, blending true crime with mystery and conspiracy, ensuring that DeSalvo's story would remain in the public imagination. For law enforcement, the aftermath was equally troubling. On the one hand, many within the police and prosecution circles were content to allow DeSalvo's death to serve as a de facto ending. With his confession and his violent demise, the case could be symbolically closed in the eyes of the public. On the other hand, investigators who remained skeptical about his guilt were deeply uneasy. If DeSalvo had not been the real strangler, then the true killer, or killers, might still be free. The lack of closure created an uncomfortable silence, one that would echo for decades. Psychologists and criminologists also weighed in, examining the implications of DeSalvo's death. To them, the incident represented a missed opportunity. DeSalvo could have been studied further, his mind dissected to better understand the psychology of serial offenders. If he had not been the strangler, his reasons for confessing could have shed light on the phenomenon of false confessions, which remains a pressing issue in criminal justice. His death eliminated the possibility of clarity in both respects. Among the general public, the reactions ranged from satisfaction to skepticism. Many ordinary Bostonians felt safer, knowing the man linked to the Strangler murders was gone. Yet as details about his killing, or rather the lack of them, emerged, doubts began to spread. Was justice really served if no one was punished for DeSalvo's murder? And what did it say about the state's ability to protect prisoners, even notorious ones, in its custody? For some, the unanswered questions surrounding his death mirrored the unanswered questions of the murders themselves, leaving them uneasy. The families of the victims, perhaps more than anyone else, bore the heaviest burden. While a few clung to the belief that DeSalvo's death ended the chapter, others found themselves once again thrust into grief and frustration. With no trial, no convictions for the murders, and now no opportunity for DeSalvo to clarify his role, they remained trapped in a cycle of speculation and doubt. Some pursued advocacy, demanding reforms in prison safety and continued investigations into the murders. Others withdrew, resigned to the fact that they might never know the truth. In the broader cultural landscape, DeSalvo's death solidified the Boston Strangler story as one of America's great unresolved mysteries. Books, films, and documentaries began to frame his murder as the final act in a saga filled with ambiguity. The image of DeSalvo stabbed in a prison infirmary, his secrets buried with him, became a symbol of the case's unresolved nature. The story was no longer just about a series of murders. It had become a cautionary tale about justice delayed, denied, and forever complicated by uncertainty. For the legal system, the aftermath of DeSalvo's death underscored the importance of evidence-based prosecutions. The reliance on his confession, without corroborating proof, had left the case vulnerable to doubt. His murder only magnified this weakness, serving as a reminder of the dangers of closing cases prematurely in the court of public opinion. In later decades, advances in forensic science, particularly DNA testing, would reopen parts of the case. But in the immediate aftermath of 1973, the Strangler murders remained an open wound. In conclusion, the aftermath of Albert DeSalvo's death did not bring closure. Instead, it reopened old wounds, raised new questions, and deepened the sense of mystery surrounding the Boston Strangler case. For the public, it was a sensational ending to a terrifying chapter in Boston's history. For the victims' families, it was another cruel twist in a story already filled with loss and uncertainty. For law enforcement and the justice system, it was a reminder of the consequences of incomplete investigations and the dangers of relying too heavily on confessions. DeSalvo's violent end may have closed his life, but it left the legend of the Boston Strangler more alive and more unsettled than ever. The Boston Strangler case was more than a terrifying chapter in Boston's history. It became a catalyst for change. The murders, the flawed investigation, Albert DeSalvo's confession, and his violent death in prison all combined to highlight systemic weaknesses in policing, forensic science, and corrections. In the decades that followed, lessons drawn from this case influenced significant reforms, reshaping how law enforcement approached serial crimes, how forensic science evolved, and how prison systems dealt with high-profile inmates. In the early 1960s, when the Strangler murders began, law enforcement in Boston and across the country faced enormous limitations. Forensic science was rudimentary by modern standards. DNA testing did not exist, and even blood typing, fingerprint analysis, and fiber examinations lacked the precision we now take for granted. Investigators often had to rely on circumstantial evidence, confessions, and witness statements. In the Strangler case, these weaknesses were glaring. Multiple crime scenes were contaminated. Evidence collection lacked uniform protocols, and coordination between jurisdictions was inconsistent. One of the clearest lessons from the case was the need for standardized forensic practices. After the Strangler era, Boston and other cities began implementing stricter procedures for crime scene preservation. Evidence handling protocols were improved to prevent contamination, and specialized forensic units were developed. By the 1970s, police departments nationwide began creating crime labs equipped with more advanced technology, laying the groundwork for the eventual revolution of DNA analysis in the 1990s, when DNA testing later confirmed DeSalvo's guilt in at least one murder. It underscored just how transformative those reforms had been. The case also revealed weaknesses in how police interrogated suspects. Albert DeSalvo's confession, while detailed, raised serious questions about reliability. His ability to recall specific facts impressed investigators, yet inconsistencies and possible coaching by others created doubts. The heavy reliance on his confession without physical evidence highlighted the dangers of overvaluing suspect admissions. This led to growing recognition of the need for safeguards against false confessions. In later years, reforms such as recording interrogations, providing suspects with access to legal counsel, and requiring corroborating evidence for confessions became standard practice in many jurisdictions. Criminologists often pointed to the Strangler case as an example of what happens when confessions dominate investigations without sufficient scrutiny. These reforms were not immediate, but over time, they became part of a larger movement to protect defendants' rights and ensure the integrity of criminal prosecutions. Another area deeply influenced by the Boston Strangler case was law enforcement's approach to serial crimes. In the early 1960s, the concept of a serial killer had not yet entered mainstream criminal profiling. Police initially treated the Strangler murders as isolated events, failing to connect patterns quickly. Only after multiple women were killed in similar circumstances did investigators begin to suspect a single perpetrator. This delay cost precious time and possibly lives. In response, criminology gradually embraced profiling and behavioral analysis as investigative tools. By the 1970s and 1980s, the FBI's behavioral science unit was studying patterns of serial offenders, using insights to assist local police in identifying and capturing repeat killers. While the Strangler case predated these developments, its legacy highlighted the necessity of recognizing patterns in violent crime and developing specialized expertise to address them. The Boston Strangler murders also exposed the need for greater interagency cooperation. In the 1960s, communication between police departments and different jurisdictions was often fragmented. As a result, valuable information about the murders and possible suspects was not always shared efficiently. Afterward, reforms emphasized coordination between agencies, leading to the establishment of task forces designed to pool resources and expertise. Multi-agency collaboration would later prove vital in tackling complex serial cases such as those involving Ted Bundy and the Green River Killer. Beyond policing and forensics, the case profoundly influenced prison systems. Albert DeSalvo's life behind bars and his violent death highlighted vulnerabilities in corrections. Walpole Prison, where he was killed, was notorious for violence, corruption, and poor oversight. The fact that such a high-profile inmate could be stabbed to death inside a maximum security facility was both shocking and embarrassing for the state. In the years following, prison administrators across Massachusetts and beyond faced growing pressure to improve security, reduce corruption, and protect vulnerable inmates. High-profile prisoners, particularly those involved in infamous cases, began receiving more stringent protective measures, including segregation from the general population when necessary. While prison violence has never been eliminated, the Strangler case underscored the dangers of failing to adequately safeguard prisoners, even those reviled by society. Ethical lessons also emerged. The way authorities handled DeSalvo, convicting him for unrelated crimes rather than the murders themselves, sparked debates about whether justice had truly been served. For many, it raised questions about how far prosecutors should go in pursuing convictions when evidence is lacking. This controversy influenced discussions around prosecutorial ethics, plea bargaining, and the importance of basing charges on provable facts rather than public pressure. Over time, these debates contributed to a more cautious and evidence-driven approach in high-profile cases. The cultural impact of the Boston Strangler case cannot be ignored either. Media coverage at the time was relentless, shaping public opinion and creating both fear and fascination. The sensational nature of the case exposed the need for legal systems to manage the influence of media on investigations and trials. Later reforms, including tighter rules around pretrial publicity and jury selection, were influenced by lessons drawn from cases like this, where public hysteria risked overshadowing due process. Perhaps the most significant reform influenced by the Strangler case, however, was the eventual adoption of DNA technology. By the 1990s, as DNA profiling became widely available, unsolved cases from earlier decades were revisited. In 2013, nearly 50 years after the murders, DNA evidence conclusively linked DeSalvo to the murder of Mary Sullivan, the final Strangler victim. This breakthrough not only confirmed his role in at least one killing, but also demonstrated the necessity of scientific innovation in resolving cold cases. The Strangler case thus served as a powerful example of why preserving evidence and advancing forensic science is crucial for justice. In summary, the Boston Strangler case, though tragic and unresolved in many respects, left behind a legacy of reform. It revealed flaws in forensic science, interrogation practices, interagency cooperation, and prison security. It helped pave the way for advancements in criminal profiling and DNA technology, and it forced society to confront the ethical dilemmas of justice, truth, and public perception. While the victims of the Strangler never saw full justice in their lifetimes, their cases helped transform the very systems meant to protect society, ensuring that future generations would benefit from lessons learned in blood and fear. The Strangler case stands as both a cautionary tale and a turning point. It demonstrated how flawed systems can fail, but also how tragedy can inspire progress. From police stations to courtrooms, from crime labs to prison cells, the reforms that followed carried echoes of the women who lost their lives in Boston during the 1960s. In that sense, the legacy of the Boston Strangler is not only one of terror, but also of change. Change that reshaped American justice for decades to come. The Boston Strangler case was not only a turning point in criminal justice, it was also a defining cultural event. From the moment the first murders were reported in 1962, the case captured the collective imagination of the American public. Newspapers, television, films, and later books and documentaries transformed the Strangler into both a symbol of urban terror and a subject of enduring fascination. In many ways, the case helped lay the foundation for the modern true crime genre, where real tragedies become the focus of storytelling, analysis, and public debate. When the murders began, newspapers quickly realized the sensational value of the story. Headlines splashed across Boston, and national presses emphasized the shocking nature of the crimes. Women attacked in their homes, strangled with their own clothing, sometimes sexually assaulted and left in grotesque poses. The media coined the nickname, the Boston Strangler, a label that immediately elevated the case to legendary status. It transformed a series of crimes into a narrative that gripped not only Boston, but the entire nation. The role of the media in shaping public perception was immense. Coverage created an atmosphere of paranoia, with women across Massachusetts changing daily routines, adding locks to doors, and fearing the night. But beyond the immediate fear, The Strangler became a story that journalists continued to mine for years. The inconsistencies in Albert DeSalvo's confession, his imprisonment, and his later murder gave the press an endless supply of dramatic angles. Each twist of the case kept it alive in the headlines long after the murders stopped. Hollywood soon seized upon the story. In 1968, only a few years after DeSalvo's confession, the film The Boston Strangler was released, starring Tony Curtis as DeSalvo and Henry Fonda as investigator John S. Bottomley. The movie dramatized the case, blending fact with creative liberties, and presented DeSalvo as the definitive killer. While the film was praised for its innovative style, including split-screen shots to depict simultaneous perspectives, it also cemented in the public mind the idea that DeSalvo was unquestionably the Strangler. For decades, this movie shaped how audiences understood the case, even as experts continued to debate the truth. The Strangler's cultural footprint extended well beyond film. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, books about the case proliferated. Some, like Gerald Frank's The Boston Strangler, 1966, were journalistic accounts that drew heavily from interviews and court records. Others leaned toward speculation, questioning whether DeSalvo could really have been responsible for all the murders. Each new publication added layers to the public's understanding or misunderstanding of the case. The competing narratives highlighted the growing appetite for true crime literature, where readers could immerse themselves in real mysteries that often proved more compelling than fiction. Television also played a significant role. Documentaries, news specials, and eventually cable programs revisited the Boston Strangler case time and again. The rise of channels dedicated to crime and investigation, such as Court TV and later Investigation Discovery, ensured that the Strangler remained part of the cultural conversation. Programs often revisited the contradictions in the case, presenting interviews with surviving family members, police officers, and forensic experts. Each retelling kept the story alive, ensuring new generations were introduced to the mystery. One of the most significant cultural legacies of the Boston Strangler case is its role in shaping the true crime genre as we know it today. The story had all the elements that would later become staples of the genre: a series of shocking murders, terrified communities, media frenzy, controversial investigations, questionable confessions, courtroom drama, and lingering doubts. It was not just a crime. It was a narrative that could be retold, analyzed, and debated endlessly. The Strangler case also influenced how society views serial killers in popular culture. Before the 1960s, the concept of a serial killer was not widely recognized. The media's framing of the Strangler as a mysterious, faceless predator created a template later seen in coverage of figures like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and the Zodiac Killer. The Strangler became one of the first modern examples of how a serial murderer could become both a criminal figure and a cultural icon, embodying society's fears and fascination with evil. music, literature, and even art occasionally referenced the Boston Strangler, further embedding him into cultural consciousness. Musicians used his name as shorthand for menace, while authors drew inspiration from the case to craft fictional stories. The case influenced crime fiction, encouraging writers to explore themes of hidden predators in urban environments, police missteps, and the fragility of truth in sensational cases. The Strangler also played a role in shaping discussions about gender and vulnerability in American culture. The victims were overwhelmingly women, many of them living alone in the city. Their deaths sparked debates about women's safety, independence, and societal attitudes toward female victims of crime. Media coverage often sensationalized the victims' personal lives, a practice criticized in later decades for victim-blaming undertones. Yet the case undeniably raised awareness about issues of domestic safety and urban violence, themes that remain culturally relevant. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, as true crime podcasts and streaming documentaries exploded in popularity, the Boston Strangler found new life in digital media. Podcasts dissected every detail of the case, while documentaries re-examined evidence with modern forensic techniques. In 2023, Hulu released Boston Strangler, a dramatized retelling focused on the journalists who first linked the murders. This new wave of content reflected not only ongoing fascination, but also a cultural shift, an effort to center the story around victims, investigators, and societal context, rather than glorifying the killer alone. The enduring cultural impact of the case lies in its ambiguity. Unlike some crime stories where the perpetrator is caught, tried, and convicted, the Boston Strangler case remains unresolved in the eyes of many. This uncertainty fuels endless reinterpretation, making it fertile ground for storytellers. Each retelling reflects the concerns of its era: fear of urban crime in the 1960s, skepticism of police work in the 1970s, fascination with psychology in the 1980s, and the power of forensic science in the 2000s and beyond. In essence, the Boston Strangler became more than a historical criminal. It became a cultural mirror. The case revealed how societies process fear, how media can shape truth, and how unresolved mysteries haunt collective memory. From headlines to Hollywood, from bookshelves to streaming platforms, the Strangler's story has been retold countless times, each version reshaping the public's understanding. In conclusion, the cultural impact of the Boston Strangler case cannot be overstated. It transformed a series of horrific murders into a narrative that has lasted for 6 decades, shaping the way America views crime, justice, and evil itself. It helped launch the true crime genre, influenced media portrayals of serial killers, and sparked enduring debates about gender, safety, and justice. While the truth about the Strangler may remain uncertain, his place in cultural history is secure, etched not only in the annals of crime, but also in the stories we tell about fear, violence, and the search for truth. When people speak of the Boston Strangler, the conversation almost always circles back to Albert DeSalvo. His face, his confession, his prison murder, these dominate the narrative. But in the shadow of this infamy lie the women whose lives were cut short the true center of the tragedy. Each victim was more than just a statistic in a series of murders. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends whose stories often became overshadowed by the obsession with the alleged killer. To understand the full impact of the case, we must look closely at the women themselves, their lives, their aspirations, and the heartbreaking ways their stories have been remembered or, too often, forgotten. The first widely recognized victim was Anna Sleezers, year-old seamstress found dead in her Boston apartment in June 1962. She had survived war and migration from Latvia, only to face a violent end in what should have been the safety of her own home. Her death set the stage for the fear that would follow. Yet in the newspapers, much of the coverage focused less on Anna's life and more on the gruesome way she was killed. Her name became tied forever to the Strangler narrative. But little attention was given to the quiet dignity of her years before tragedy struck. Soon after came the deaths of women like Mary Mullen, an elderly woman who reportedly died of a heart attack, later linked to the Strangler due to suspicious circumstances. Then there was Nina Nichols, 68, a physiotherapist who had once dedicated her life to helping others recover from illness and injury. Like Anna, her memory was overshadowed by the sensationalism of her death. Helen Blake, a 65-year-old nurse, had cared for countless patients during her lifetime. Strangled in her own home, she too became known not for her service and compassion, but as another name on a growing list of victims. Similarly, Ida Irga and Jane Sullivan, both older women, were remembered in the public eye more for how they were killed than for how they lived. As the murders progressed, younger women were also targeted. Sophie Clark, a 20-year-old African-American graduate student, was murdered in December 1962. Sophie represented a new generation, educated, ambitious, and striving to break barriers in a world still shaped by racial prejudice and inequality. Her death shocked not only her family and friends, but also the wider community, which struggled to reconcile the loss of such a promising young life with the randomness of the violence. In March 1963, Patricia Bissett, 23, was found strangled in her apartment. She was a college student with dreams of building a career and a future. The contrast between Patricia's youth and the earlier older victims challenged initial theories about the Strangler's type, deepening the mystery. The list of victims continued to grow. Beverly Sammons, 23, an aspiring opera singer, was strangled in her apartment in May 1963. Beverly was remembered by those who knew her as talented and filled with dreams of a stage career. Instead, her story became a footnote in the annals of crime, her potential erased by a killer who robbed her of her future. Evelyn Corbin, 58, was described as gentle and well-liked in her community, while Joan Graff, 23, was another young woman who became one more tragic name. The violence escalated in 1964 with the murder of Mary Sullivan, the final and perhaps most infamous victim. At just 19 years old, Mary's death was particularly haunting because of her youth and the brutality of the crime. She had only recently moved to Boston for work, filled with the kind of hopes and uncertainties many young women carried when beginning adult life in the city. Mary Sullivan's murder came to symbolize the entire series. Photographs of her crime scene shocked the public, and her name was etched into history as the Strangler's last known victim. For decades, her family fought tirelessly to clear up doubts about who killed her, pushing for DNA testing that eventually linked Albert DeSalvo to her murder. Yet even with this scientific confirmation, the focus remained less on Mary as a person and more on whether DeSalvo was truly guilty. What is striking, when we look back at all these women, is how their individuality was often erased in the broader narrative. They became known collectively as the Strangler's victims, rather than as human beings with stories of their own. The sensationalism of the case, the focus on DeSalvo, and the endless debates about police failures often overshadowed the simple truth. Each of these women had a life, a family, and a future taken from them. In the decades since, efforts have been made to restore dignity to their memories. Families have spoken publicly, not only about the pain of loss, but also about the women they loved. Documentaries and investigative books have attempted to re-center the narrative, shifting attention from the killer to the victims. Yet the cultural imbalance remains. DeSalvo is remembered in detail, while for many of the women, even photographs are rare. This phenomenon is not unique to the Boston Strangler case. In many true crime stories, the perpetrator overshadows the victims. Society becomes fascinated with the psychology of killers, while the human lives they destroy fade into the background. In recent years, however, there has been a growing push to change this narrative. Advocates argue that true crime storytelling should honor victims, preserving their legacies, rather than glorifying those who took their lives. The Boston Strangler case serves as a clear example of why this shift is important. When we reduce victims to mere statistics, we risk dehumanizing them and repeating the cycle of erasure. By remembering Anna, Nina, Helen, Sophie, Beverly, Patricia, Mary, and all the others as more than victims, as individuals, we begin to reclaim their humanity from the shadow of violence. Today, small memorials, articles, and family remembrances continue to keep their stories alive. For the relatives who survived, the wounds never fully healed, but their persistence ensures that the women are not forgotten. Sophie Clark's ambition, Beverly Salmons's music, Mary Sullivan's youth, and the quiet lives of the older women all remind us that behind every headline is a human story, precious and irreplaceable. In the end, the true tragedy of the Boston Strangler case is not simply the mystery of who committed the crimes. It is the fact that the lives of so many women were taken, their stories overshadowed by the glare of sensationalism. To honor them means telling their stories fully, not only through the lens of their deaths, but through the richness of their lives. Only then can we truly understand the depth of the loss and the enduring legacy of those whose voices were silenced too soon. The Boston Strangler case was not only a terrifying chapter in American criminal history, it was also a catalyst for change. The chaos of the investigation, the contradictions in evidence, the controversial confession, and the lingering doubts all revealed deep flaws in law enforcement practices of the time. In many ways, the Strangler murders exposed the weaknesses of mid-20th century policing and forced reforms that shaped how modern investigations are conducted, from forensic science to inter-agency cooperation. The legacy of these crimes lives on not just in public memory, but in the way law enforcement learned to do its work differently. When the killings first began in 1962, Boston police were caught off guard. The idea of a serial killer, a person murdering multiple victims with a consistent pattern, was not widely recognized in American policing. Each death was often treated in isolation, with little effort to connect the dots. The lack of centralized crime databases or standardized investigative techniques meant that detectives relied heavily on eyewitness testimony, local gossip, and instinct. By the time police realized they were dealing with a single predator, the Strangler had already struck multiple times. This failure to see the broader picture highlighted the need for more sophisticated investigative coordination. One of the long-term reforms inspired by the case was the development of systems to track and link crimes across jurisdictions. In later decades, this evolved into modern criminal databases like the FBI's VXE-AP, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, which allows investigators nationwide to compare patterns in unsolved crimes. While VCAPE came much later, its underlying concept, sharing information across agencies to spot serial offenders, was born out of the lessons of cases like the Boston Strangler. Another critical weakness exposed by the investigation was the reliance on confessions. Albert DeSalvo's detailed admission of guilt became the cornerstone of the case, even though there was little physical evidence tying him directly to most of the murders. At the time, police were under intense pressure from the public and the media to catch the killer. When DeSalvo confessed, many investigators and prosecutors saw it as a relief, a way to close the case, restore public confidence, and move on. Yet the inconsistencies in his confession, combined with the absence of forensic corroboration, left many experts doubtful. This over-reliance on confessions underscored the urgent need for stronger scientific evidence in criminal cases. In the years following the Strangler investigation, forensic science underwent a revolution. Advances in fingerprinting, blood analysis, and later, DNA testing transformed how cases were solved. When DNA technology emerged in the 1980s and 1990s, one of its first applications was re-examining cold cases like the Boston Strangler. In 2013, modern DNA testing finally linked DeSalvo to Mary Sullivan's murder, decades after his death. While this confirmed at least part of his confession, it also illustrated how far forensic science had come since the 1960s. The case also influenced the way police approached crime scenes. In the early 1960s, crime scene preservation was often poor by modern standards. Evidence could be contaminated, mishandled, or even overlooked. In the Strangler case, many crime scenes were crowded with officers, reporters, and curious onlookers. Potentially crucial evidence was lost forever. This lack of rigor underscored the importance of strict crime scene protocols, which later became standard practice. Today, investigators are trained to secure scenes immediately, collect evidence systematically, and ensure chain of custody, a direct response to the failings seen in cases like the Strangler murders. Another area where the case left its mark was in the relationship between law enforcement and the media. The Boston Strangler killings were one of the first American crime sprees to receive massive, round-the-clock coverage. Newspapers sensationalized the murders, broadcasting every gruesome detail, while television reporters hunted for dramatic angles. The pressure this coverage put on police was enormous. Officials felt compelled to show results quickly, which may have contributed to their eagerness to accept DeSalvo's confession. In the aftermath, many police departments began rethinking how they communicated with the media. While transparency remained important, so too did the need to avoid inflaming public panic or compromising investigations. The balance between press freedom and investigative integrity became a recurring theme in law enforcement, shaping policies that are still debated today. The Strangler case also had a profound effect on the study of criminal psychology. In the 1960s, profiling was still in its infancy, with limited tools to understand the mindset of serial offenders. The baffling nature of the Strangler murders, shifting victim profiles, varying crime scene details, and inconsistent methods challenged existing theories. This inconsistency prompted criminologists and psychologists to study the behavioral patterns of serial killers more closely. By the 1970s, the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit was applying psychological profiling techniques to track killers like Ted Bundy and the Green River Killer. Many of the lessons learned from earlier cases, including the Boston Strangler, informed these efforts. The need to understand motive, method, and escalation patterns became central to investigative strategies. The controversy surrounding Albert DeSalvo's confession also influenced reforms in how confessions are obtained and evaluated. In the 1960s, suspects could be interrogated for long hours with little oversight. False confessions, though not fully understood at the time, were a real risk. The doubts about whether DeSalvo was coached, pressured, or motivated by promises of money for his family highlighted the dangers of relying solely on statements from suspects. In later years, courts and police agencies implemented stricter rules, including the recording of interrogations and the presence of legal counsel to protect against false or coerced confessions. Perhaps the most enduring lesson of the Boston Strangler case is the importance of humility in investigations. The case showed that even when the public demands certainty, investigators must resist the temptation to close cases prematurely. The fact that debate continues to this day over whether DeSalvo was truly responsible for all the murders is a reminder of the consequences of rushing to judgment. Modern law enforcement often cites the Strangler investigation as a cautionary tale. It demonstrates the need for patience, thoroughness, and scientific rigor. It also emphasizes the importance of keeping victims at the center of the story, rather than focusing solely on the alleged perpetrator. Looking back, the Boston Strangler case can be seen as both a tragedy and a turning point. It revealed the fragility of justice in an era before modern forensic science, but it also spurred reforms that strengthened the pursuit of truth. Without these lessons, the landscape of policing and forensic investigation in America might look very different today. The women whose lives were stolen became, in a sense, unintended contributors to progress. Their deaths highlighted the gaps in law enforcement and forced the system to evolve. The changes in investigative techniques, forensic science, and media relations owe much to the hard lessons of the Boston Strangler era. Though justice for all the victims may never be fully achieved, their legacy lives on in the reforms that make future investigations more precise, more respectful, and more just. More than 60 years have passed since the first body of a Boston Strangler victim was discovered in a modest apartment. The city has changed, science has advanced, and many of the original investigators are long gone. Yet the case still lingers in America's cultural memory, whispered in conversations about unsolved crimes, debated in academic circles, and revisited in books, films, and documentaries. The Boston Strangler is not simply a historical case. It is a story that continues to fascinate and disturb, a puzzle with missing pieces that refuses to fade away. Why does this case endure? Part of the answer lies in the mystery itself. Albert DeSalvo's confession, while detailed, was riddled with contradictions. He was never tried for the murders. DNA evidence decades later linked him to Mary Sullivan, the youngest and final known victim, but left unresolved whether he was responsible for all the others. This ambiguity has given rise to endless speculation. Was there more than one killer? Was DeSalvo a compulsive confessor seeking notoriety? Did police, under pressure from the media, accept the easiest answer? These questions fuel the ongoing fascination, reminding us that truth in criminal investigations is often messier than we would like to believe. The Strangler case also continues to resonate because it touches on universal fears. The victims were murdered in their own homes, spaces we instinctively view as safe. Their deaths shattered the illusion of security, showing that danger could slip silently into the most private corners of life. The randomness of the attacks, young and old, affluent and working class, added to the terror. If the Strangler could target anyone, then no one was safe. That sense of vulnerability still chills us today, especially in an era where stories of serial killers and home invasions dominate popular culture. Another reason the case persists in our collective consciousness is the way it transformed the relationship between media, public fear, and law enforcement. The Strangler was one of the first American criminals to become a household name through relentless newspaper and television coverage. The press crafted a narrative of a faceless predator haunting Boston, and the public consumed it hungrily. The resulting panic pressured police to act quickly, shaping the course of the investigation and possibly influencing its outcome. In many ways, the Boston Strangler case foreshadowed the modern 24-hour news cycle and our society's fascination with crime stories. But the case is not only about fear and sensationalism, it is also about progress. The investigative shortcomings highlighted by the Strangler murders spurred reforms in forensic science. Interrogation practices and information sharing among law enforcement agencies. Without these lessons, the sophisticated systems we rely on today, from DNA testing to national crime databases, might have taken longer to develop. The Strangler case, tragic as it was, became a turning point in the history of criminal justice. And yet, despite these advances, the human element of the case must never be overlooked. Too often, the victims have been overshadowed by the myth of the Strangler. Their names: Anna Sleezers, Nina Nichols, Helen Blake, Sophie Clark, Beverly Sammons, Patricia Bissett, Mary Sullivan, and others, are sometimes reduced to footnotes in the larger story of Albert DeSalvo. But they were not merely victims. They were individuals with hopes, families, and futures cut short. Remembering them as people, rather than statistics, restores humanity to the narrative and reminds us of the true cost of violence. The Boston Strangler also occupies a peculiar place in the cultural imagination because it straddles the line between closure and uncertainty. On one hand, DeSalvo's DNA link to Mary Sullivan provides a sense of resolution. He was at least partially responsible. On the other hand, the unanswered questions about the other murders leave the case suspended between solved and unsolved. This ambiguity ensures that the story never feels fully complete. Each new book, documentary, or forensic examination reopens the wounds, inviting us to reconsider what we know and what we may never know. In recent years, the case has taken on new significance in the age of true crime storytelling. Podcasts dissect every detail, streaming services dramatize the events, and online forums host debates about DeSalvo's guilt. The Boston Strangler is now part of a global conversation about why society consumes crime stories so voraciously. Perhaps it is because these stories provide a safe way to explore our darkest fears, or because they offer puzzles that engage our desire for truth and justice. In the case of the Strangler, the lack of definitive answers keeps the puzzle alive. As we reflect on the legacy of this case, it becomes clear that it is not only about a killer and his victims. It is about the fragility of justice, the influence of media, the evolution of science, and the resilience of communities shaken by fear. It is about the tension between the need for closure and the reality of uncertainty. Most of all, it is about the human impulse to make sense of tragedy, to find meaning in the chaos, and to remember those whose voices were silenced. The Boston Strangler case teaches us that justice is not always neat, that truth can remain elusive, and that society must continually evolve to protect the vulnerable. It also reminds us that stories of violence are not just about the perpetrators. They are about the lives interrupted, the families left behind, and the lessons learned at great cost. As the decades pass, the details of the Strangler case may fade, but the larger themes it represents will continue to resonate. It is a story of fear and fascination, of mistakes and progress, of memory and forgetting. Whether we see Albert DeSalvo as the true Boston Strangler or not, the case remains one of America's most haunting mysteries, a mirror reflecting both our darkest anxieties and our enduring hope for justice. And so, the story of the Boston Strangler ends as it began with unanswered questions. with lives taken too soon. And with a city forever marked by a shadow it could never fully escape. The murders may have stopped, but the echoes remain, reminding us that some mysteries are never solved, only carried forward into the future.